Islam Morris. That's right. Right, space these. 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice.
Allah,
my protector.
Allah, my protector.
My guide. My salvation. By night.
By
By day. His holy prophet. Prophet So, just read our readings to be read every meeting. The Prophet warns all Muslims, governors, ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the Prophet Noble Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out a divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. Noble Ali. To be proclaimed at every meeting. Islam. I am glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I am calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance, and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without I, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet Noble Ali. To the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Islam. This is the instruction from your Prophet Noble Ali. Be faithful unto your forefathers' divine and national creed, that you will be blessed for your good deeds that you sow in the flesh. Allah is the one that judges the world, and his judgment is now on, but the weak can comprehend it not. The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, I Noble Ali. And that's why many hearts have been turned to stone. Many have eyes to see and cannot see, ears to hear but cannot hear, lest they will be confounded of their sins. These are trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind to overthrow and drag out the true foundation that has been laid, and to cause confusion in the minds of the ones that do believe. But if you have the true love of Allah and the spirit of your forefathers, you fear not what you hear or see, but would sacrifice the utmost of your very life to protect your movement and your prophet. Watch your enemies, dear Moors. Your enemies are the ones that speak against your prophet and ridicule him to the very lowest. The ones that speak against your divine and national principles of your temples, act accordingly, and Allah would bless you for your good work. Peace, your divine prophet, Noble Ali. Islam.
One of the things I wanted to share with everyone, and this is one of our favorites.
Get the mic.
All right. And this is from
Okay.
and this is from the mysteries of the secret brotherhood of the East. And these are higher degrees of Gnostic philosophies, as well as what many people know as the other part of the Circle 7. Keep in mind, all priests have this information, but the chapter will be self-explanatory as to why. The chapter will be self-explanatory why the priesthood are reluctant for the common people to have availability of this literature. And this is interesting because this involves a lot of our conversations in development and trying to help people. And this is from the Secret Brotherhood of the East, chapter 8. The Council of the Seven of the World. Can you hear me? Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
All right. In every age, since time began, but 7 sages lived. At first of every age, these sages meet to note the course of nations, people, tribes, and tongues. To note how far toward justice and love the race has gone. To formulate the code of law, religious postulates, and plans of rule best suited to the coming age. An age had passed, and lo, another age had come. The sages must convene. Now, Alexandria was the center of the world's best thought, and here in Philo's home, the sages met. From China came Mengste, from India Vidyapati came, from Persia Casper came, and from Assyria Ashbina came, from Greece Apollo came. Methana was the Egyptian sage, and Philo was the chief of Hebrew thought. The time was due. The council met and sat in silence 7 days. And Mengste rose and said, "The wheel of time has turned once more. The race is on a higher plane of thought. We hail, the garments that our fathers wore have given out. The cherubim have woven a celestial cloth, have placed it in our hands, and we will make for men new garbs. The sons of men are looking up for greater light. No longer do they care for gods hewn out of wood. They seek for Allah not made with hands. They see the beams of the coming days and yet comprehend them not. The time is ripe, and we must fashion well these garments for the race. And let us make for men new garbs of justice, mercy, and love, that they may hide their nakedness when shines the light of the coming days." And Vidyapati said, "Our priests have all gone mad. They saw a demon in the wilds, and at him cast their lamps, and they are broken up, and not a gleam of light has any priest for men. The night is dark, the heart of India calls for light. The priesthood cannot be reformed, it is already dead.
Islam.
Its greatest needs are graves and funeral chants. The new age calls for liberty, the kind that makes each man a priest, enables him to go alone and lay his offerings on the shrine of Allah. And Casper said, in Persia people walk in fear. They do the good for fear to do the wrong. The devil is the greatest power in our land, and though a myth, he dandles on his knees both youth and age. Our land is dark, and evil prospers in the dark. Fear rides on every passing breeze, and lurks in every form of life. The fear of evil is a myth, is an illusion and a snare, but it will live until some mighty power shall come to raise the ethers to the plane of light. When this shall come to pass, the Magian land will glory in the light, and the soul of Persia calls for light.
Islam.
That's one of the great Gnostic passages that the priesthood try to hide from the people, because they don't know that the priesthood has been the problem. And this is one of the reasons why the evils on the planet have ingrained themselves so deeply, because they've actually been guided by the priesthood themselves. The ones who have been least suspected has been actually in partnership with the lower light. And this is why people from no matter what so-called religion they claim, all they see is misery, broken families, jail, drugs, IRS taking their stuff, and the corporate states stealing people's properties and stealing their estates, stealing their pension funds and doing everything else. And the priesthood sitting around talking about salvation and Savior, etc., while they're getting a 501c3 kickback in the back door to keep the mystery system going, which they know they have been misguiding the people. However, you know, we're going to deal with some of the things that the priesthood has done so that the people, in their own responsibility, can honor their mothers and fathers and remove themselves by will
Islam.
from the clasp of the Roman emperors and their shopper operatives and their minions and their familiars, because that's what runs the planet. And as we were talking earlier, you know, a lot of people, when they're dealing with the social conditions, socio-economic conditions of the peoples, they're usually trained to speak in terms of connotative linguistics relative to racism and slavery and stuff like that, and color games, etc., when really they're suffering under Unum sanctum policy. And so the Unum sanctum policy is the major rule, bulla, from which all European, Roman, colonial operatives enforce their so-called policies. Right on down to the gangs of New York that was formulated in New York that are now called policemen, that actually have a secret agreement with the United States Corporation Company that was bankrupted in France to overthrow the Republic. And so when people have a misunderstanding on the operations of these different people in our communities, they need to know why. And it doesn't mean that everyone who's a member of the police are necessarily going into those orders for that purpose, but that's what the order was set up for. So the gangs of New York is actually Europeans who agreed to be vigilantes and start dressing up looking official, but their major mission was to dishevel, create disorder, and dismantle civility in targeted neighborhoods. And of course you see it every day, but people get confused because their miseducation is based in the idea, which is false, that these people are empowered to enforce constitutional law for protecting the people. They are not. They are put in position to protect the interests of the United States Service Corporation and members of the Roman Curia. They are literally Roman soldiers. And this is why you see some of the untoward things that they do, and then you see no recompense, where you see whenever they need organs, they'll target some young male or young sister and murder them on the street, steal their organs, and you see no justice, and people get confused when they see things like that, because in their imagination they think those people are law officers. They are not. They're enforcers of Unum sanctum policy. And it's unfortunate, but it's a truth and a reality. And however, it must be understood that that for maintaining colonial operations, certain moral and ethical principles must be thrown out the door. In other words, it's done for the sake of the empire. So even though certain things are done in an untoward way, they may appear impersonal, But they are impersonal because it's for the empire, and this must be understood. This really must be understood. However, keep in mind, as all corporate entities in the Western Hemisphere come under the Roman Curia, they all operate from those playbooks. And for those of you who don't know, many of you are scholars and already know, but those of you who don't know, these are the fundamental collective bullas that are the playbook, or from which they make their policies. And it's called Unum Sanctum, Dom Diversus, Romanus Pontifex, Intercatera Divina, Sisticu V Act of 1666. And from those bullas come what has been traditionally used in the colorable courtrooms to attack our people, and that is called the Doctrine of Discovery. And under the Doctrine of Discovery, they use that operation to gentrify neighborhoods where Aboriginal people live and domicile, and you're targeted. And keep in mind, including the hypothecation practices that were instituted in 1861 and in 1868 after they closed the Freedmen's Bureau, reinforced by Woodrow Wilson and reinforced again by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, etc. You must understand that all of these policies made by these praetors, who you know as presidents, were actually tied to Unum Sanctum policy. And it's quite uncomfortable for people who have been miseducated, who really think that these people are operating in your interest and that they just simply don't understand your needs, or they have no idea that you're somebody, that type of thing. Wrong concept. You know, they've been waging war on us since 1492. You know, and of course, you all know that the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, which Obama brought to your attention when he went to Egypt, is the world's longest running treaty. But of course, you know that most of the people here in the North Gate think that human beings are crayons, so they don't know that he was talking to them. You know, so they don't relate to that. However, in law, it makes them incompetent. And so it's quite difficult to liberate people when they don't know their own bloodline. And then from an inheritable point of view, and from a fact of right of law of inheritance of a state, not knowing the nom de guerre were put in place to make the people non-heritable. And this is why a lot of times, even when people begin to have some comprehension of these processes or the theft of the birthright, that is difficult to bring them to a proper concept of mind in order to address these things, because they will mix what is called the connotative linguistics with denotation, and of course be declared incompetent, not knowing that they're being declared incompetent. And so part of what we're talking about is, you know, identity crisis and the nom de guerre. And so I want to share with you a little bit of lesson book 1, and some of you have it, but some of you don't. But I'm going to read from it anyway. I would put it up on the board, but it's on one of my other computers, in one of the other hard drives. But I want to read a little bit from lesson book 1. And lesson book 1 is who are the Moorish Americans? Moors defined. And of course, Moors order the round table. Now, who are the Moorish Americans? Moors defined. Lesson number 1. In this modern era of technology, enlightenment, and split-second communications, there still exists a large body of people who think the nations of the earth are identified by shades and colors. False. The nations of the earth are identified by pedigree and nationality, not by colors. In spite of the religiously taught specter of the existence of a light-skinned black nation or a dark-skinned white nation, it is all a lie. Ignorance is a cultivated business for both usury and oppression. In the United States society, USA, Many trusted people are agents to this vulture. The benefactors of mass ignorance dread the exposure of this information because it exposes their true motives and hinders their license to usury. Nevertheless, truth must be told to clear the mind, thus lesson number 1, more is defined. Preface. Economic, social, and color of law abuses, human rights violations buried in the false and void civil rights arguments of race fiction merely scratch the surface of the deleterious issues plaguing the dark olive Asiatics of the Americas, particularly those who are labeled black, Negro, colored, etc. Now, there is focused taxation without representation, forced and coerced adhesion contracts, license to live laws, license to own laws, and property confiscation without lawful due process. And this is the normal and consistent function, connotatively referred to as slavery, under the assumed jurisdiction of the United States of America Corporation and its quasi-government and state agencies. Now, many agencies, peoples, institutions, and organizations appear to help, but actually make their livings, fortunes, dealing with and promoting the arguments surrounding the so-called black people's problems. Sociologists, politicians, writers, and many religionists claim that the above-stated problems emanate from a lack of self-esteem. A lack of jobs, a lack of education, and other seemingly relative issues and or disciplines. The truth is, the problems are the symptoms, not the root causes, of the oppression and the denial of citizens' rights in the Union State Society jurisdiction. The following are the major root causes of the above stated problems. 1, a lack of knowledge of self, which is tied to parentage. Now, the knowledge of self being tied to parentage, that is what you will see traditionally in, say, like Septuaginta, the Bible, Quran, holy books where it says, honor your mothers and your fathers that your days may be longer upon the earth land. So you're tied to your ancient mothers and fathers, and the knowledge of it is how, in civil law, inheritances are passed from one generation to another. And it has always been that way on the earth planet. And a failure to honor your mothers and fathers in law makes you non-descendable. This is one of the reasons why the Europeans created the nom de guerre operations, or the branding system, to take the people out of their birthright pedigree attributes. And by doing that, and when our people started agreeing to be Negro, black, and colored, etc., they didn't know that it actually made them non-descendable. And all scholars know that, anybody who knows law knows that, and anybody that knows civilization knows that. It has nothing to do with what their beliefs are or what their beliefs are not. It has everything to do with how Earth operates, how civilization operates on the planet. For any man or woman who fails to honor their mothers and fathers in law are not descendable. So this must be understood that the branding system set up by Rome was not accidental. It was not just a nasty idea that they thought of doing or practicing. It had legal and lawful applications and functions purposefully. And this is also why, even after removal of the attributes and names of the forefathers of the ancient Canaanite Moabites, modernly called Al-Moroccans, means descendants of Moroccans, corruptedly is called Americans, in short they're called Moors. And these are the people who have hair like lamb's wool, skin like burnished brass, who think that human beings are crayons. and so that's an unfortunate situation, not knowing that that is connotative linguistics that was introduced to them. It's not a natural part of civilization or culture. However, their willingness to adopt these nom de guerre has actually taken them off the platform of international law protections, which is why it was done, of course. The interesting thing is that all scholars already know this, and the more interesting thing is that it's knowable even by children. All you have to do is take them to a basic, decent dictionary that has etymology in it, and a child can see it, a third grader can see it. And of course, we're not going to go through that because most of you already know that. That's elementary stuff. However, this is one of the reasons, and we were talking earlier, why a few months ago, as we were talking, why we took the Dungy case out of the lesson book and then start spreading it, in a few pages with a few editorials, because immediately as you see the people start developing, automatically you have COINTELPRO trolls that will come out to try to minimize this information or try to make it seem like it's some kind of religious belief or some kind of stuff that somebody made up, not knowing. And they can only get away with people who can't read, but anybody can read, they can get past that. And so that's one of the reasons why we shared the Dungy case. But anyway, let's move on, and I want to hit on a few things here. When you had put up the post, Dr. Naila, when you put up the post, were there any particular specific questions that came up on a regular basis?
No, they just basically shared the fact that you're going to be here, so nobody.
All right, so they good on that. All right. Now, years ago, myself and Brother Abdullah Iltalib Mosey Bey did a class actually in elementary school, in Whittier School years ago. It had to be at least 15 years ago. It might have been more than that. Yeah, we did it for actually second graders at Whittier School in Camden. And the surprising thing about it, it was so effective with the children that they asked us to come back, and the next day they took a couple more classes, and they brought them down into the second grade class, and we did it again. And as a matter of fact, that was during the time when Julie started taking etymology classes more seriously, and of course you would know that Abdul's a teacher too. So that is what inspired him to take it further, which he went into later. But anyway, I want to present to you all to clear up certain concepts, because one of the things that we need to do is to remove a lot of the biases that exist amongst ourselves. We often are trained to look at the biases of Europeans who've been taking advantage of us truly. Nevertheless, what we can do, justice and nature does not recognize person or station. And so what we need to do is get rid of a lot of misconceptions that we have. And that will be done by study, by knowing, by reading again, and going into philologies. But I want to read to you all, something, and I want to see what your response is, and then I will return to you in response to how you respond to this. This is a charter, an object of an order. And I want to read it to you, and I want you all to interplay with me. I want you to interplay with me. Can you give them the mic for anyone who wants to speak? Whoever has the mic. And then we're going to go into this, but I want you to recognize that that in spite of the fact that we're under occupation, it doesn't mean that everything that the European says is wrong, and it doesn't mean that everything that an Asiatic says is right. So you must know principles, you must know justice. If you want justice, you yourself must be just. And so keep in mind, while we're in the struggle to solve these problems with our people, that we must not lean out of passion into the dark side, because nature does not recognize that. She recognizes only merit. You keep that in mind. And I know it's frustrating because Rome has been doing quite some terrible things to us. But you must understand that Rome was in our servitude first. It's just that so many generations have passed that we forgot our bloodline and forgot our history. And because we've been injured so much, in current life, in current form, that we forget that we are who our forefathers were, without doubt or contradiction.
Islam.
And from generation to generation, those responsibilities still lay, because nature commands it that way. Are we clear?
Islam.
And so this is why when the hand of reconciliation is passed, or when the resurrection of the people is come, that you must come with a pure heart. And it's rough, yes, I know it is. But you still got to come with a pure heart. You mean that's why Dwali said to us, we need to know of our higher self and our lower selves. But keep in mind, I'm going to read to you a fundamental charter and objects of the order. And I want to see where you object to this. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Charter and objects of the order. This is an institution of chivalry, humanity, mercy, and patriotism, embodying in its genius and in its principles all that is chivalric and patriotic in purpose. Its peculiar objects being, first, to protect the weak, the innocent, and the defenseless from the indignities, wrongs, and outrages of the lawless, the violent, and the brutal, to relieve the injured and oppressed, to succor the suffering and unfortunate, and especially the widows and orphans of Confederate soldiers. Second, to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and all laws passed in conformity thereto, and to protect the states and the people thereof from any invasion from any source whatever. Excuse me, let me turn the page. Third, to aid and assist in the execution of all constitutional laws and to protect the people from unlawful seizure and from trial except by their peers in conformity to the laws of the land. That's the general charter. Where do you find, if anyone finds anything objective, that they object to that?
Mm-mm.
Can you speak up?
Are you talking about the people of the land?
That's the charter I just read.
For the people of the land, right?
That's a charter I read. I went from what I read. If there's something that's objectionable or negative in it, speak up.
The Europeans have been doing it ever since they came.
Can you give them a mic?
The settlers, the settlers,
Anyway, so I'm going to say this to you so that you're aware. That is the charter and order for the Ku Klux Klan.
Right, I was gonna say, I didn't get that, cause that ain't, you're right. No, that's-
Do you understand?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Now, how many of our people just reject them right off the back, just because they're Europeans?
What?
And this is, and I'm presenting that to you so that you can understand how much division and how much hatred exists in the world unnecessarily, just based on people really not having an understanding and automatically starting to fight each other. And having an opinion that is not necessarily true. Are we clear?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that every Klaner operates on that charter? No, but that is the charter. Now, and the reason I wanted to share that with you, that's in lesson book 1, is because you have to recognize your own biases and prejudices that you've accused others of. And that automatically being hostile to someone is not necessarily always meritorious. Are we clear? Now, and then, of course, a lot of the problems that exist in North America is because the European, by burying the true history, has also taken responsibility for some parts or aspects of slavery that actually have not his origin. Are we clear? You know, and so in order to fix these things and a lot of these problems that we have in the North Gate, it's important for the true history to be taught in order that we uplift this of each other. And keep in mind that the ancestors and nature herself will aid us when we come with a pure heart. You come with a dirty heart and the bull continues. And I don't have to tell you, the bull has been continuing because the bull, Sitzkidorf, has been continuing. And, you know, we need to understand these things, you know. So I just wanted to share that with you from lesson book 1, but also understand the motive of Roman operations in the Western Hemisphere. And likewise, just like when you read the charter of the clan, you know, a lot of times Europeans assume that if we're disagreeing with the political order, that we're contrary. But the very principle of constitutional enforcement of the clan is the very principle of the constitution of the Moorish movement. You see? Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Really.
Islam.
And on the surface, a lot of people would never think about that. And one of the things that remind me of that was when I was in Atlanta in '91. In '91, when I was going to be short, I was going to the movies down on Ponce de Leon after I came in from work. And planners came in the car behind me. And I had a white New Yorker, red interior. They had a dark blue New Yorker, with a blue interior. And they had, you know, the Confederate flag on it, etc. And of course, it didn't offend me because I already know it's the constellation.
Islam.
If you understand what I'm
Islam.
saying. People who don't understand the history take offense to it. Not knowing belongs to them too. Do you understand? Because they don't know their own history. You know, and this is where that white and black thing, which is a code system, come in and it actually creates unnecessary division. And anyway, when I was going up that movie, what was it? Living Large was playing at the time, something like that. And I was going up the step. They came in behind me, was two men and a woman. And they walked past me real fast, and they went up on the step. It was steps about sort of like that platform, with no more than that at the doors in the back, because you had to go in the back of the mall to go into the movie. So anyway, they stopped at the door, and immediately I'm going into military mentally, waiting for the Negro Acts type thing. You know, it's like my own bias, whatever. Anyway, so this really spoiled my day too, because they had no intention didn't intend on losing, didn't matter. Anyway, but the woman and the man stood at the door to the left, and another guy stood there, and they opened the doors, and they said, "Top of the morning to you," and they, you know, bowed like that. And that kind of like threw me off because I had a whole different idea. But anyway, and that bothered me for a while because I expected the negative, if you understand. And I couldn't even really enjoy the movie because my adrenaline was up because I'm ready to go do the Frankenstein thing. Anyway, and even a week or so thereafter, I didn't get it. Then it dawned on me because I had the seals in my back window. Now, seals on my back window, of course, with the fez and the Al-Moroccan flag, you know, and it dawned on me. It's not that they don't like us, they don't like niggers. Do you understand? Because most of them, in their rituals, they got fezzes too. They know that the uniform they wear belongs to the Moors. Our people don't know it does. Do you understand? And then a lot of the activity that they do had to do with decades or centuries of wars between the Muslims and the Christians. And so they're on the defensive too, if you understand. And then, of course, the claimers know that the United States, the Republic, was set up between Muslims and deists. And as you already know, the official title of the Kyklos, or the Ku Klux Klan, are the Grand Protectors of the Christian Creed. That's their official title. All right? So when you're looking at them, you're also looking at Knights Templars. You know, Knights of Columbus, which is their collection arm, their monetary collection arm. And but the point of it is that it dawned on me the seals in the back of my window. You know, so that was a signal to me that I didn't catch at the time. I have to be honest, I didn't catch it at the time, but I thought about it later. Likewise, a couple of years ago, when I had to do a class in Atlanta, me and who was it? Me and Abdullah, or was it me and Abdullah? No, it was me and Sabir. Me and Sabir went down there, and we were going to these looking for some old bookstores, because this is what we always do when we go in areas like that. And this European was sitting in the doorway, with legs crossed, reading the newspaper, right? So he looked up, and he said, "You boys looking for some old books, huh?" You know, so you know that's how they talk with a strong draw and everything. I said, "Yeah, we're looking for some old books, particularly, you know, some old law books, etc." So he saw my seal. I had my seal on that seal my wife sent me before, and he says, "Go straight to the back, go to the right, and tell the guy to pull him out from the counter." You know, and he was very, very friendly after that. You know, but I noticed every once in a while, because you don't think about it all the time, certain signals that they see you ain't black and ain't no nigger, they know that you got some culture. But and particularly that time when I went to Ponce de Leon to the movies, it gave me another view. Although I had written it, because I had actually written that lesson book for my children, to be honest with you. But it gave me another view, because I always, you know, promoted with my children not to take on biased attitudes, even though you're battling the European. Don't take on biased attitudes. Deal only with facts, with the spirit of the man. And the more and more I look at it, and then I understand when Joe Ali said he traveled the South, and he see the life that we live creates a lot of the problems, and I found that to be absolutely true. But nevertheless, what we're dealing with today in these times is a lack of consciousness with our people that is very costly. And that is not the identity crisis, not knowing the seriousness of it. And this is also back to the issue of people not suspecting or not knowing to suspect people amongst our own who keep promoting that black brand with our people as if it's innocent and as if they don't know better. Because, you know, you'll see that very often that upon a challenge, our people will immediately start making excuses for them because they're either Muslim or they're a minister or they go to their community organization, whatever. And the truth of it, another scholar knows that scholars know this information. Just because they may not speak of it in their clubs, they're not absent of this information, because anyone that's a scholar, anyone that got any kind of degree, got this information in order to get them degrees. It may not be their interest, politically or economically, to speak on those things because a lot of their institutions will collapse. But what that shows when you study this over a period of time is that many of our problems have been because we ourselves have been defending men and women amongst our own who have been promoting the brand system to our own injury, and we defend them just because we know them. Do you understand? Or because we've been members in different organizations with them, when actually nature does not recognize that. Truth is what it is. Truth does not pass away. Don't change or pass away. So they're fundamentals. So it doesn't matter whether it comes from a European or Asiatic. Truth is truth. And what you find is when you, the more you study, the more you go into world history and true religion. We're not talking about dogma. Keep in mind the masses get dogma. The masses don't get religion. you know, and they don't know that, but scholars know that. And it's a lot of these dynamics which are really interesting that I find that are very sensitive in finding a way to liberate people from their own baggage when they think that they've actually been liberated when they actually have not. Again, and that's again the necessity of the Dungy case. Now I'm just going to read again partially from the Dungy case for the purpose of the nom de guerre, and this is only because we have a few other, because this is what I didn't plan on going to this part, but because we have new people here, I want them to see that, and then we're going to go into the issue of the reconveyance principle on foreclosure a little bit on the basis of the nom de guerre. But let's go to Lincoln defends more. Now keep this in mind, we're not going to go through the whole thing, because I'm only going to go through two parts, but I'm going to deal with the etymology of black. And this is to dispel the trolling that has taken place in recent months as it's become more and more effective with people starting to develop. Like for instance, like what occurs when I was coming to the train station, about 3 people approached me, and of course, which you already know, when we was traveling, about 2 or 3 people, and thanking for the for what they've learned. But that's the reward. That's the reward.
Islam.
Now, keep in mind, this was when Lincoln was a lawyer 5 years before he was president, right? And we're not going to go into this case much, but except for what Lincoln stated to present to you that the issue of your true pedigree is not a new issue, because a lot of people try to act like it began with Drew Ali, and then act like unless you were a club member you can't be who you are type thing, which is another fraud. You know, so let's go to a suitcase that Lincoln did, and let's go to Lincoln's statement. Abraham Lincoln. My client is not a Negro, though it is a crime to be a Negro, no crime to be born with a black skin. But my client is not a Negro. His skin may not be as white as ours, but I say he is not a Negro, though he may be a Moor. Abraham Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln, interrupted Judge Davis, scarcely able to restrain a smile. You mean a Moor, M-O-O-R, not Moore, M-O-O-R-E. Well, Your Honor, Moore, M-O-O-R, not Clifton H. Moore, replied Mr. Lincoln, with a sweep of his long arm toward the table where Moore and I sat. I say my client may be a Moor, but he is not a Negro, Abraham Lincoln. Now, for those who don't understand, how many of you know about the Dred Scott case, which is the most serious? Yeah, that is the most important slave case ever to come before the Supreme Courts of the United States. And unless you've been told by a true scholar, the pseudo-scholars will immediately start talking racism, when actually the issue was status. And so the status was dead, and in law, like say for instance, to make it very clear, because I don't want to go into this but so much, if you come before any court on Earth planet, and you're claiming a name that is not your own, and you're claiming a brand system or nom de guerre. Nom de guerre is wording or pseudonym. North America is famous or infamous for nom de guerre. Nom de guerre such as Negro, black, colored, Indian, coon, shine, etc. These are in law are called nom de guerre. Now, all scholars know that persons bearing those tags, because they're tags and brands, are generally provably of Moorish descent. Those brands were made up by Dutch masters, mostly from the East Dutch Company. That's where it mostly originated from. And it was practiced by the Europeans to tag their defeated Asiatics. Those were Africans who were defeated. So when you want to see either the Africans, they're also referred to in international law as Moriscos or in Moranos. Moriscos, Moranos, these are Moors who are called conversos. Those are Moors who betrayed their own and start claiming to be Constantinians under the guise of Christianity, which means they sold their own people out. All right, so those are referred referred to in history, in world history, as Moriscos, Moranos, Conversos. And the descendants of such persons are tagged Negroes, blacks, and colors. Negro means monkey. You know, but these, what they do, it takes the people outside of heritability. How's that done? Because the world's oldest running treaty, as Obama has said, is the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. And he went to Egypt, which is capital dominion of the Moroccan Empire. And those of you who know history understand the dividing of the Moroccan Empire between the Constantinian order, or it will be written in history as the Christian nations. And understand it has nothing to do with Jesus, and it has nothing to do with divine. It has to do with conquest, all right? The popes of Rome. Because understand, the Constantinians used Christianity as a front. Are we clear? Now, all scholars know that. However, people who are non-scholars don't know that. Now, you have some of the Christian order who studied ancient Asiatic African culture and also wanted to stop the hundreds of years of wars between the Muslims and the Christians, i.e. the Moors and the Constantinians. And they are known as deists. Deists. So write that down so you can do the research. The most famous of the deists are called Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, etc., who are also referred to as the founding fathers for the United States order, although they're actually brought under the care and protection of the Emperor of Morocco. And most of you know about that when you read George Washington's papers. And of course, you know that part of the history is more suppressed, except for people that are in your higher degrees of masonry or skull and bones. They get that information, but they take death oaths not to reveal the secrets, so they can't even tell their own family members. But they know this history. And so do all you so-called marching, praying black leaders, most of who were 32-degree Masons. That would include Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Abernathy, all those club members. All of them are Masons, and they all got this information, and they all of them got a Moorish fez in secret. And once they get 32 degrees, they got a certificate that says Assalamu Alaikum, and they get a holy name. You know, so that's how it works. That's the real world. That's the real world. And when they were taken to the mountaintop, it's showing the great seal of the Moorish nation. That's that pyramid with the eye of Allah at the top, which you will see right there in the Library of Congress, written in the ceiling. It's not even a secret. You know, and one of the things they do, they hide things right in your face. And our people usually have their biases. And so they, you know, they think that when they say Muslim or Muslim or Christian, they think they're talking some spirituality. No, it's political. If you understand what I'm saying to you. But the deal of it is, the treaty is supposed to break that mystery system and liberate people. And it's to make peace between the Constantinian world and the Muslims, i.e. the Moors. And as you already know, when Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Aragon and Castile merged their kingdoms from Al-Andalusia when the Red House fell. And the Red House, this is why they even used the Red House in masonry. The Red House is the Alhambra. And then they set up the Global Estate Trust to control and to administer over all conquered Moorish lands. You know, so when you go into your war records, or anywhere around the world, doesn't matter, you'll see the dividing of the Moroccan Empire. You'll see British Morocco, Spanish Morocco, French Morocco. And this goes on right here now. And so it was necessary for them, in order to maintain what you call conquest or servitude, to create the nom de guerre brand system in order to remove the people from descendability. And all they needed was a few generations where the people actually forgot their bloodline. And then they would start taking up these things because their parents and friends would be saying that they're green people and orange people, and it doesn't matter what color you are, and they start actually thinking this is reality, not knowing it was designed to steal their birthright. You understand? And now some people who get woke a little bit think that because they come back to Islam, religion, or Judaism, both of those are Asiatic religions, you understand? That they thought that they were actually coming back home or getting out of the Europeans' colorable jurisdiction, when in fact that's not. It is the bloodline. Without the honor of your mother's father, it don't matter what you claim. You have no right of estate. And this is what's been going on. Now, and so again, for those of you who've done any studies in jurisprudence, and then logically be done studied in jurisprudence, you understand jurisprudence is the science that treats of positive law. But in logic, you recognize, you're taught of the different systems of law, positive law, to recognize, to distinguish from color of law, which is operative here. And those of all also who know the history understand the history of Abraham Lincoln and when he bankrupted the United States Service Corporation that Benjamin Franklin had set up in France to deal with the enumerated powers. So I'm just hitting on some of these things to put you on key to understand the politics that you're dealing with today. And this has much to do as to why they have suppressed original article of Amendment 13 with its 20 sections, and why the children in the school systems only get the 2 sections right now, but all scholars know about the 20. You understand? And so while that is not the subject matter, I'm saying that for the benefit of people who come here new so that you can do some research on your own, so you can understand the major theme on why we're hitting on these things. And as you already know, we can't do in one lecture or even in 2 or 3 lectures undo what Rome has done for years. However, it is the duty and responsibility of all scholars, no matter what walk of life, to tell the truth, because they all have these degrees. Meaning, like, if I was talking to a rabbinate, a rabbi in the rabbinate, and talking about the history and the Gnostic degrees, it'd be no conflict unless their members, their bill payers were around. Their bill payers were around, they start talking about sin and, get thee away from me, and the devil and all that kind of stuff. But they're not around, there's no argument whatsoever, because they're Gnostics just like I am. Same thing with bishops from the church. Same thing with, imams from the mosque. But then when they get out amongst their club members, they start promoting hate. Like their God is better than everybody else's God, and they start pulling up toothpicks and sticking each other, and all that kind of stuff. And talking about his love and Jesusness. I'm telling you, you can meet some of the most hateful people that do stuff to people in the name of religion, because it ain't religion in the first place. They're dealing with dogma, So again, what we want to encourage you to do is do research and understand that the masses do not get religion. The priesthood have kept religion for themselves and have made little clubs and have been ruling over the people. And all of your politicians are high priests. Islam, good brother. All your politicians are high priests. All the people in these houses that they're accusing God and Jesus and Muhammad of, they're all high priests. Are we clear?
Clear.
And one of the disadvantages that the masses have is that they keep thinking that these people, because they go around saying Jesus, God, Allah, Moses, Muhammad, that their spiritual agenda is different. No, all of that's political. In secret, all of them are Gnostics. In secret, all of them got Qurans, Uaspi, the 4 Vedas, Bible, Septuagintas, Latin, Septuaginta, Hebrew, etc. And all of them know that the 7 golden candlesticks in the book of Revelation and the 7 circles around the Kaaba when Muslims make the Hajj is exactly the same thing. And they got these people sticking each other with toothpicks and mad at each other and create a bunch of secularisms, and they're raping the people, got nice suits on, $3,000 suits, nice airplanes, fly all over the place, delivering the word. Well, what they've been doing, they've been getting over forever, And whenever the prophets come to liberate the people, it is the priesthood who murdered them. Ain't no mystery devil that murders the prophets. It's always been the priesthood. From Muhammad, they ran Muhammad out. Yeshua, this is why they even had the Nicene Council and changed his name in order to deceive the people from the real history. Knowing, but yet in the secret societies, one of the first lessons they'll give them is Ruth the Moabitess, his great-great-grandmother. And knowing that Jesus was Moabite, he was a Moor too. And so the descendants of the same bloodline think that they're green and black people and purple, and light skin orange, and don't matter what color, they don't even know that's their same bloodline. And so he came amongst his own, they received him not. Now they got Roman names, which are Dom de Guerre. Rome has hypothecated all their estates, present tense and future tense. That means all inheritances. And this is the hypothecation that you'll see when you go into congressional records, when it's talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt with the birth certificates after they ran through another corporation shell. That's what that's all about. So I'm just throwing that at you so that you all understand that all that stuff is related. All right, and also to remind you that when Woodrow Wilson met with the Jesuits and a lot of the lords of London, of the Lord Governors, they're called Lord Governors, London off Jekyll Island, Georgia, it was the purpose of solidifying the Unum Sanctum policy. And so a lot of people are get caught up in, you know, whether there's gold or silver coins, which is actually surface argument. It is true, but that's a surface argument. The real issue is the estate and the resources. You know, it's sort of like getting people to argue about the oranges and the apples off the tree in the basket to avoid arguing about the roots of the tree in the ground and the ground itself. This is the same way they've got people diverted into arguing the gold and silver coin and whether there's real gold or whether they have money, etc. or not, with Woodrow Wilson thing, when the real issue is that the gold in land and the land is what your issue is, the estate. And this is again where the identity crisis and the nom de guerre come from. Now, in argument, so I'm going to go into just the etymology of black, and then we're going to go into, when we talked about the reversion, entry into your claim to whoever claims to be the holder in due course of the instrument, trying to take your property or your estate, etc. But I'm going to go into, I want to read status, and keep this in mind, good brother, with the Dred Scott case. When you read the surface page, you'll see that it says plaintiff in error. And now, for those who don't understand, so we don't want to get, delayed into that case itself. The status is that when he came into court, and he's arguing about the territorial issue of the Missouri Territory being a free area, and that when the Sanford family took him into the Missouri Territory, therefore he should have been free. And then the argument was that the issue was his status. It mattered not where he was, because status is everything. Come before the court, claim to be Dred Scott, that's a confession that he's European property, because he's of Asiatic African descent. He ain't Dred Scott. Plaintiff in error, you see. But by our people not understanding nom de guerre and why the brand system exists, it doesn't dawn on them that you cannot transact business in another man's name no matter how many generations and claim right of estate. Ain't gonna happen. Goes back to an ancient rule: honor your mothers and fathers, that your days may be longer upon the earth land which the Lord thy God has given thee. Also another one says, I hold my hand out all the day long to a hard-hearted and rebellious people who were not called by my name. When they repent from their sinful ways, I'll hear from heaven and heal their land. All of this deals with the purpose of the nom de guerre as a counter. And so we're not talking from a dogmatic perspective. We're talking about an actual jurisprudence principle that is ancient on earth plane. And our people need to be aware of that, because most of the time when you go into the Septuaginta or the Bible or the Quran, people start getting spooky. And those books are not really for that. They're really for reformation, social reformation. So status is the standing, the state, or the condition of the person. It relates to the legal relation of the individual to the rest of the community. Keep this in mind. This is very important. Status relates to the rights, the duties, the capacities, and to the incapacities which determine a person to a given class. It is a legal, personal relationship, not temporary in its nature, nor terminable at the mere will of the parties, with which third parties and the state are concerned. And while the term status implies relation, it is not a mere relation. Status also means estate, because status signifies the condition or the circumstances in which one stands with regard to his property. And see, so now keep in mind, in relationship to heritability, in relationship to right of estate, etc., these are fundamental, what you would call law principles that are universal on earth planet. So when you have people that are taking a position of leadership amongst any group of people and are talking about their rights and their liberties and fail to tell them these fundamental truths while having them march all over the place making fools of themselves, that's a COINTELPRO operation. Another scholar knows that, a non-scholar don't recognize it. Do you understand? So it's quite difficult a lot of times if you try to rescue people that think you're attacking their leader guy. You know, when you know that he knows this stuff. You know, but then they're going to tell you about ancient Egypt and Kemet and the melanin in the universe and stuff like that and Hotep, and then turn around and call their own people black, knowing that they put them in the black code as soon as they said that. Do you understand? It's sort of like, you know, it's sort of like going around in the name of helping people. You know, you don't have water, so we're going to dig wells. So we dig wells, charge you to dig the well. We're going to give you a break on the price and everything. But then we use your well as a bathroom, as a toilet, and you wonder why you're getting sick. It's no different. That means when people go into ancient Asiatic African history and dig up a lot of data about the great things that occur with our people and the great things that our mothers and fathers built and everything, and then turn around and call them black, they just peed in the water.
I see that.
You know, now a scholar recognizes that, and a social engineer recognizes that. A person caught in clubism and non-scholars get caught up, oh, they don't like black people. You know, they start that kind of stuff. You know, and they make these kind of statements like it's really deep and like they're really helping their people, not even knowing. They put their people in the black codes, then they want to march all over the place and complain about the black codes being enforced. It's like somebody running around talking about a pit bull is an elephant. Then when they charge you elephant fees, you want to get pissed. You know, I mean, and it's really, you know, and that's allegorical, but that's true. And that's what's happening to our people. When they agree to be black, they come under the Christian black codes. You know, and then they want to complain about the codes being enforced. Then when they argue, they go and put the European name on a piece of paper trying to sue somebody. I'm Joe Smith. You know, and then they have no standing in court. Now they're mad. You know, of course, the black codes and the doctrine of discovery comes in. And then people get emotional, and you can understand because they're being injured. You know, but the issue is that people who know law, and people know the rules of inheritance, and people who know true American history know exactly what's wrong. That is the nom de guerre that's blocking them from constitutional protections. They know it from the door. And they avoid it because what would happen? The black organizations they belong to would be immediately identified as a COINTELPRO operation. Of course, people will stop funding it. But it's so subtle that most people don't even get it. But a scholar sees it immediately. An engineer sees it immediately. An emotional person that's biased, don't you be talking about my black leader guy. You know, not knowing he got 501c3 skull and bones agreement in his back pocket getting paid off in the back door. You know, keep this BS going on and then point his finger at the European. This is another reason why we put out the Dungy case in short order to counter the trolls that have been put out there to keep trying to make this information sound minimal or like it doesn't, that it has no universal or principle or application, and it has absolutely universal application. Now, estate is the interest which anyone has in lands or in any other subject or property. Notice that. Any other subject or property. So subject is broad, isn't it? Any other subject. An estate in lands, tenements, and hereditaments signifies such interest as the tenant has therein. In this sense, estate, quote unquote, is constantly used in conveyances in connection with the words right, quote unquote, title, quote unquote, and interest, quote unquote, and is in a great degree synonymous with all of them. These are fundamentals. These are fundamentals. So, from a point of truth, Europeans and other Asiatics who come here from different countries are not absent, and they have not been subjected to the Christian black codes, which are commonly used here. Therefore, these fundamental principles are known by nationals all over the world. So logically, not coming under the black codes, they can come to the North Gate and begin to make economic progress even in bad times, in the worst of neighborhoods, and our people haven't figured it out, not knowing that their status is dead. Do you understand? So what we need to honestly do the best that we can is give some comprehension and understanding to our people so that they themselves can willingly on their own honor their mothers and fathers, but understand the relationship it has with the rest of society. And that is not a mere or minor relationship. It's very important. If they fix that, a lot of the other stuff would fall in place overnight. But we know that due to training, etc., that most people aren't willing to change their position. And they stay in the black codes, and then they keep marching and starting some new black organization to deal with the black codes that they keep agreeing to. So, again, that's why it pays for us to deal with scholarship to try to clean this mess up. And so we're going to go into the etymology of black, and then we're going to go into a rebuttal in relationship to your estate, and an estoppel. Etymology of the word black. The word black is an adjective. First rules classification of the word into its proper matrix. The matrix actually means womb, that actually means mother, that actually means part of speech. All right, so the first thing you do when you're looking up any word is you put it into its proper matrix or proper part of speech. This is third grade grammatication. Keep that in mind, because some people will try to make this stuff sound like it's complex. This is third grade grammar. So this is why when you look in the dictionary and you see a word right after, they'll have the part of speech in italics, right after the word, so that you can put it into its proper matrix. So all scholars know this rule, but people that are held in under the black codes aren't taught basic etymology grade, which should be given to them in third grade. And so they grow up handicapped from the door. So we don't have to go into that, but I wanted to bring that to your attention, so that you can use your own intelligence to analyze the cause and effect, potentiality, and fact of how it operates in society. All right, so black, the word black is an adjective and is of Middle English, which you'll see in the dictionary will have ME. So Middle English origin. Linguistically and grammatically, Middle English places the word black between the years 1100 and 1500. As a means of measuring the passage of time, this equates to the timelines of the 12th to the 16th centuries. Scholars and other literate people who possess the capacity to read associate the Middle English linguistic timeline by way of the Julian calendar in the Common Era. In the history of European culture, this period of time is considered the High Middle Ages and is also called the Age of Cistercians. Cistercians are members of a monastic order which was founded by Saint Robert of Mosme in the year 1098 at Citeaux, France, under an austere Benedictine rule. So you understand that's Pope Benedict? All right, so you're dealing with the Constantinian order. All right, so you're dealing with the period of time, and whenever you're dealing with linguistics and basic etymology, you always put the timeline, the part of speech, the timeline, and logically, the timeline will come up, and you can see 1100 to 1500. So basic third grader who has the capacity to read recognizes that the word doesn't go past 1100, and so when someone's trying to teach that child ancient black gods of Egypt, the child would automatically know that that person's lying. Exactly. But a person who can't read doesn't know that. All scholars know immediately that that person's lying. A non-scholar logically would not. But yet, this is third grade grammatication. Are we clear? So remember, you do part of speech and you put the timeline. So when you see they'll always put it in capital letters, M-E, when you look in the dictionary, which means in Middle English, you go to timeline, and you see the part of speech, which is the matrix. You see adjective. So a third grader knows that an adjective describes, it's a modifier, does not identify. So therefore cannot be person, place, thing, or idea, for that is a proper noun. A child knows that, but an adult who can't read has quite horrible difficulty using fundamental third grade reasoning to recognize that. So therefore they teach their children that they're black, put them in the black codes, and try to make like it's some kind of spiritual Afrocentricity, not knowing, some not knowing, and many who do know, but they're compromised, will promote it knowing it's a lie. And then when their children suffer, they want to complain and march all over the place. Of course, the world don't have time for that, you know, particularly. So when other Asiatics come here from other parts of the world, you already know they don't come and practice the black codes. When they're talking to people who are ignorant, they may talk to them on that level because they know they can't get along with them, because they'll start saying, oh, you didn't mix a lot. You ain't pray, you didn't give Reverend Jones $5. They'll start that kind of stuff. You don't know Jesusness. And they're very judgmental. And so most of the time they'll just quit while they're ahead, go get a thick piece of plexiglass because they're instructed to do that. Go get the empty house that was been empty for quite a while, you know. And then within 3 months, some of these people, some houses, braids and eyelashes and some soap powder wash their butts. While they're sitting around talking about salvation that don't damn exist in their communities. The families are falling apart, youth are dying younger and younger, jails are packed. Women single, got children trying to raise them the best they can, getting screwed all over, underpaid and abused. But they all say, no, they're full of stuff and they need to stop being phony. You know, and we need to start fixing this stuff because we have to take responsibility. Because a lot of this is in social engineering, you know. And so if you are not willing to take responsibility for your own care and your own community care, the rest of the world is not obligated to. You know, you might get knocked down, your responsibility to get up. All right? So, the etymology of the word black is Middle English, and Middle English is derived from the Old English word black, B-L-A-C, which linguistically places it from the language of the English people from the time of the earliest documents in the 7th century to about 1100. And both of these English words, black, B-L-A-C-K, and B-L-A-C, are derived from Beal, B-H-E-L. Thus, black originates from Beal. The origin and true meaning of the word Beal is to shine, to flash, burn, shining white, and various bright colors. Beluga, 1, from Russia. Bellier, from Russian, Bellier, white. 2, Philorote, from Greek, Philoros, having a white spot. Now, just with that first true origin of the etymology, what does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with these Asiatic people? What has to do with their bloodline or anything about them? And yet it's been accepted as an identity. Therefore, they're logically declared incompetent.
It's an adjective.
Because it doesn't even mean dark. It actually means pale, light colors. So when they're running around saying black power, they're saying pale power. Then when the European uses it, the same way they call it European white man, which means sovereign, they get mad because he acts like sovereign, just because they can't read. You get the point? Meanwhile, these are the same people who keep talking about they got a special personal relationship with Allah, Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, Confucius, and Buddha. And they only know their own bloodline. And always talking trash to the rest of the world. And it's not to say that we're not catching it, because we are catching it. But we also have to take responsibility for the things that are wrong, that we have a responsibility to clean up amongst ourselves. Anyway, so the etymology of the word black is Middle English, and Middle English is derived from Old English, word block, B-L-A-C, which linguistically places it from the language of the English people from the time of the earliest documents in the 7th century to about 1100. And both these English words, black and black, are derived from Beal, and thus black originates from Beal. And the origin and the true meaning of the word Beal is to shine, to flash, burn, shining white, and various bright colors. Beluga, Beluga from Russian, Bellier, white. Philero from Greek, phileros, having a white spot. Beal is a suffix variant of bilou, blue, derived from Old French. Bleu, B-L-E-U, B-L-U-E, derived from Germanic, bilwaz, or bluewaz. And bil has various extended Germanic forms, such as bleach, derived from Old, from Old English bleikjan, which means to make white. Bleak from Old Norse, bleaker, which means shining and white, and is derived from the Germanic bleikaz, which means shining and white, etc. Important derivatives of beal are blue, bleach, bleak, blaze, blemish, blind, blend, bland, blind, blank, blanket, blush, black, flagrant, and flame. Etymology, noun, in plural form etymologies, Middle English etymologia, from Latin etymologia, from Greek, from etymos and logia, which is logi, which means the study of, which you all know that. Etymology is the history of a linguistic form as a word, shown by tracing its development since its earliest recorded occurrence in the language, where it is found by tracing its transmission from one language to another, by analyzing it into its component parts, by identifying its cognates in other languages, or by tracing it and its cognates to a common ancestral form in an ancestral language. And etymon is the literal meaning of a word according to its origin from etymos, meaning quote-unquote true. Etymology is basic to elementary grammar and is vital to fundamental reading skills. This is fundamental third grade stuff. So you can see the difficulty that we often have in our communities where they'll come in the community, sell people a dead pledge. Dead pledge means mortgage. Contract is dead and the body is the pledge. And then they steal people's stuff, they're sharecropping, thinking they own stuff, can't even daggone read, and you can't tell them nothing because they're trying to tell you about the Lord when they don't even know stuff that's in front of their faces. You understand? So we have these kind of problems over and over again, and then our people can't read, and their ego gets in the way when you try to teach them. Meanwhile, we keep catching hell. Generation after generation, it gets worse. You know, so the best way to fix things is just tell the truth. Though the truth will let chips fall where they may. But however, point that I'm making to you, when you think that your so-called leader guys and leader girls don't know this information, no, they do. It ain't always in their interest to expose it, because half these institutions that they've created actually are in place to drain the people of their economics. It's not really there to help the people spiritually or politically. They keep them begging and marching and praying while they get raped. You know, and where the European ain't raping them, they rape them. You know, they do it in the name of the state, and then others doing it in the name of Allah or Jesus, whichever flavor of ice cream that works with them. You know, and this is what the prophets came for, to liberate the people from these opportunists. Because those are the major passwords that are used by all of them. They hide behind the prophets. They do things not with the prophets and not with the divine, but in the name of. In the name, in other words, they tell you they got a delegation of authority order to collect finance from you, from the broke gods who always happen to be broke. And people have been falling for that too. I mean, a child could recognize that, but for some strange reason, adults have difficulty. They think that Jesus actually is broken, God is broken, Allah is broke, always broke. You know, which makes them subject to the IRS, of course. But anyway, so let's go to an argument that one would make in relationship to a rebuttal and an estoppel. How many people know what an estoppel is? No hands? Oh, go ahead.
it's something to put in place to, I'm not really sure. I mean, I've used the term, let me clear that up, because, you know,
Get it right when you say it.
I want to be correct, because this is a science when we're doing this, and so I didn't bring my book, but I can look it up for sure, you know, that's how we can do
Well,
things.
go on your law book and look it up then.
All right, I will do that.
Estoppel is simply like, if there's an assumption, if there's an assumption on someone that makes a claim, right? An estoppel is essentially you're presenting an affidavit or a statement in truth to stop or to rebut or to interrupt that claim and to state the facts for the record. Okay, that's in a synopsis what it is. All right, go ahead.
All right.
Go, come on. So let's get word for word.
All right, the principle that precludes a person from asserting something to, wait a minute, hold on, something contrary to what is implied by a previous action or statement of that person or by a previous pertinent judicial determination.
So, whatever is set for the record, meaning that if someone has made a claim, or entered into a record, a statement, or said against yourself or an estate or something like that, or made a claim, that is like technically like a rebuttal. So this is the fact, dismissing the claim that's thereby stated. Like if somebody say, Nyla, we own your car and we're coming to get it. And you start arguing the amount or something like that rather than doing a stop and say, no, you do not. I own the car, or the car is, I'm steward of that car, etc. And I did not give up my right to it just because you falsely transferred the original manufacturer's title of origin to the corporate state without letting me know that, which is a fraud. So I'm claiming right on my estate. That would be an estoppel. Do you understand?
Would that be placed, the estoppel, would that be placed on top in the affidavit or in the affidavit, in the body of the affidavit, or is just the, I mean, how would you put, you know?
This is an example. So this is an example, all right? Now,
The term, I'm saying.
yeah, now,
I mean,
James told me to share this. This is an estoppel that he currently is using for an alleged, and I want to analyze this with you all too, all right? Now this is, as you already understand, Wells Fargo Bank. Now you see that NASBM 2 World Savings Bank Incorporated versus James Warren. You see that? All right, now, what do you see in those first two, in that first line? What do you recognize in the law of contracts that you see in that first line that you would argue for purpose of rebuttal and estoppel? Wells Fargo Bank, NA, SBM 2, World Savings Bank Incorporated. What do you recognize immediately?
That's not,
The World Savings Bank.
Besides the caps, I recognize that they've transferred, there's another party that have not entered into contract with.
Immediately you recognize
There's two parts.
third party interloper.
Third party interloper, yeah.
So, third party interloper, so immediately from the very beginning, you got law argument to dismiss the claim, don't you?
Islam.
What happens if you miss that and don't claim it? It's waived, isn't it?
Yes,
Any right not claimed is waived, isn't it?
yes.
So this is essentially an estoppel. Are we clear?
Islam.
So 90% of the time, when if you get an instrument from the corporate states or agencies, if you understand how to read, or if you understand basic jurisprudence and basic right of inheritance, right of heritability, and the hypothecation that has taken place unlawfully, you would argue that, wouldn't you?
So,
What occurs if you argue amounts?
That's not the argument.
Say again?
You're in error,
Why?
because it's a state issue, it's not about money.
All right, if you argue amount, that means you agree that the contract is valid.
Oh,
Because it's not an issue of amount, it's an issue of principle. Are we clear? And the issue whether or not you, me, or anyone else recognizes fraud from the door and know to argue the fraud.
that's
Are
plaintiff.
we clear?
That's plaintiff in error.
Plaintiff in error. All right. What is the problem that usually occurs with our people in arguing these issues? 9 times out of 10, they make the argument in the European's name.
Yeah. Right.
So that's Jane Warren.
Are we clear? Which automatically makes them state property. So it's automatically hypothecated, isn't it? Now, you know, over this last year, because of the accelerations of things that have been taking place in North America, and by the Asiatic nations starting to dump the UST bonds, which were put in place after the Civil War to convert their private debt onto the descendants of the Moors under the tag black people and slaves, etc., which is the basis of the United States corporation's economic system, is the U.S. Treasury bonds that was established after the Civil War. This is what Pope Francis was talking about. Are we clear? Now, knowing that, you already know that that's one of the fixtures in political operations of administrative powers that are being used by the corporate states to steal your birthright and your estates. So if you understand that, you understand also where your arguments should be, don't you? You see? You make no assumptions otherwise. Are we clear? So, now, partially from some operations that the corporate operatives of the agencies were using would be pursuant to Pennsylvania Commonwealth's appellate rules of procedure, right? That's 102-301, emergency appeals procedures in relationship to the misrepresented foreclosure procedure associated with the designated surety assets. Now you need to know what's being said right there. What is being said right there in that first 3 lines? Pursuant to Pennsylvania Commonwealth's appellate rules of procedure, 102-301, emergency appeals procedure in relationship to the misrepresented foreclosure procedure associated with the designated surety assets and the property on the land deemed as 11 Delancey Place near the incorporated town of Downingtown, Pennsylvania Commonwealth of North America. Any comment? Any analysis that you're making in there?
About the surety.
Right.
All right. What is the surety assets? What is indeed the surety assets?
You are.
We are. I mean.
All right. Now, we already identified, Dr. Naila already identified third-party interloper with the World Bank. Right? Yet Wells Fargo is making the foreclosure through a third party, which is an admission they don't own it.
Right.
So if they're not the holder in due course, how can they foreclose on when they're not a holder in due course?
Can't.
So what happens if you don't recognize that because you can't read?
Called latches.
You start arguing issues that aren't relative to what's going on, then you're declared incompetent.
The holder in due course, is that the holder in due
All
course?
right, what constitutes holder in due course?
That's right.
I'm thinking,
No, don't guess. What constitutes holder in due course?
I'm not sure.
All right, good answer. Always, if you don't know, don't start making stuff up because you're declared incompetent. All right. Holder in due course is one who holds the original mortgage and the promissory note together, never separated, and can produce that for the record. As a matter of fact, that's what must be produced when they move to court to do a writ of execution. If there's a writ of execution executed without presence of this instrument, those instruments never separated, then it's a fraud. That's what you should be arguing.
Okay, guys.
Are we clear?
If it's like, I have a student now, and they just, from 2002-3, and they just sent me something in August the 3rd in reference to, I forgot what they call it, when they try to take your money,
Gardacy.
Be very clear. Let me suggest something to you right now. If you have any intention of fighting anything, stop stuttering.
Okay.
Get clear on what your argument is and come clear and do not talk in a passive manner.
Mm-hmm.
If you do, it is no different than a wolf smelling a bleeding rabbit running through the field. They will pounce on you and remove your fur immediately.
Right. So with the due course is the Department of Education.
No.
Who's
but
that?
That's the
Who's
law.
it?
The Department of
Who's it?
Education. Well, they're not.
No, who's it?
They're a corporation. It's a
When was you talking to the corporation?
Well, I never talked. I just.
You had a conversation with Santa Claus?
No. Yeah.
Now, let's get this very clear. What you want to keep in mind in these conversations is that they put the corporate entities up there, which are designated persons, but they're dead. You've been speaking to the dead? If you were speaking to the dead, then that means you must be dead. You see? So you don't talk to a corporation. What man or woman has a claim against your estate? Can you name anybody? Well, they've been communicating with you. Did you find out who you're talking to?
I haven't spoken to nobody.
I want you to recognize what's happening. I want you to recognize what's happening. This is what happens. When you start interchanging with them, and you don't start pulling the mask, the corporate mask off of them, they know they got you. From the door, pull the corporate mask off the communicators. Why?
Because they did. The corporations did.
Corporation can't talk, can't do anything. It's an inanimate thing created on paper. It is a man or woman that must move to court to claim that he or she has a claim against your estate, or you're indebted to him or her. If they don't present themselves, you can't face your accuser. At that point, it's denial of due process. The same principle on how people understand this stuff beat tickets. They was traveling down the street and everything, right? And they saw this flash. I don't know what that was, right? So they have these cameras on poles, right? Right? Now, if you understand how things work, and you go into court, and you're the magistrate, right? So I say, we got a picture of you going through the lights down there on 5th and Doodle Street. Right? Oh, you do? And there's camera and all that kind of stuff. Come from this angle and that angle. I'm gonna put them on the stand so I can testify. So I can question my accuser. Well, you didn't question the camera. Well, okay. Throw the case out there. You just beat them. This is why they keep training our people that corporations are persons, and you start believing and you grow up like that. Do you understand? Start living with the living and not with the dead. All right? Keep that in mind. All corporate entities are the dead. This is the reason why they will put the name that they address you with in all capital letters, because they are declaring you a corpse, corporation. They're attacking your estate through the corporate entity, which represents your estate, not you. But if you're willing to be dragged along with it, then I'll accept that and put the burden on you. That's how they can steal on your property. Go, brother.
My question would be, okay, say in the statement, quote, the payment statement, it's in all caps that your name is. But when they send you this paper
it's
here,
not your name, with a name that sounds like yours. See, these distinctions, get used to it. The reason we're discussing this is because we're talking non-Guerre. And the reason that we're discussing this, and it's not semantic, but that's how they're beating you with semantics. So when we bring these to your attention, you must pay attention to that, and you must change your language. At every point, not unlike in a boxing ring, at every point that you're in the middle of a fight and you feel like taking a selfie, expect to walk back to the corner with a black eye. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? As soon as you put your hands down, pop. They jumped me. No, not really. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? One of the ways they beat people is they'll address the estate that it was set up by the popes of Rome. The estate is the Global Estate Trust. That is called the straw man that you see in the Wizard of Oz. That's the all capital letters. So when you see that, and they'll do it on the mail when they send it to you to the address that they'll claim to be yours, if you agree that the address is yours. Not my. When you say my, possessive. So they created one jurisdiction. And you say, that's my name, created another jurisdiction. It's because it's not your name. That is a private Sister QB trust belonging to the Jesuits. But if they get you to start saying it's you, then you accept the debt. All right? So what you must always refer to it, separate from yourself. So let's look at this. James Warren Bay, the living sentient man, appellant and beneficiary of the James Warren estate. See? Might sound wordy to you, but you've just separated the living from the dead. See, they approach you in death and then drag the living, and that's what's called vampirism. They just pulled you into the pit. Do you understand? Now, this is how it works. You need to understand this is how it works. So we're breaking this down a little bit so that you have a concept of how you're supposed to be thinking by understanding how they're approaching you consciously. They're approaching you consciously. Go ahead, sister.
Islam, I have a question. You talked about two documents that need to never be separated, the promissory note.
Yes.
And what other document?
Yes. Let me write that down so you not forget this. Now, in law, in rule of lending, right?
You ain't never had none. Because I ain't give you no check unless they gave you a check. Did they give you a check?
Mortgage, right? One. Mortgage. And two. Promissory note.
They ain't got it. They sold it within 72 hours of your signature.
Now, in rule of law and lending, when a so-called mortgage is issued, that is called a dead pledge. Mort is Latin, means dead. Gage means pledge or contract. So from the door, it's a dead contract. Are we clear?
Clear.
Now, in the law of lending, the mortgage and the promissory note must never be separated from the beginning to the termination of that agreement. If at any time it is ever separated, and they always do separate them, their claim is dead.
Bifurcation.
However, most people never command that. Are we clear? And the evidence, which means you keep waiving your rights. Are we clear? Now, listen to this. This instrument right here is what's used as what?
I can't see that far.
I can't see it.
Surety.
What's that?
Surety.
Surety.
What's surety?
Which instrument? Collateral?
What's surety?
Guarantee.
Ownership.
I want her to answer.
I would say collateral or a pledge of property against.
All right, you need to know exactly what surety is. You got your law book out?
Nah, I didn't bring it tonight.
Surety is,
He got it. He got one.
all right, go ahead, brother.
Right there.
That's all I like about these movies.
Yeah, they come
They
prepared.
give, they got their tools. boy.
Yeah, yeah.
You got your tools, good brother? Yeah, give them read surety. Now, keep this in mind. We're going to explain a little bit so that you'll understand where your arguments are. Are we clear? Now, in bookkeeping, when a loan is made, because in North America, being the land, keep in mind, North America is Morocco. That's the land. The corporate entity exercising judicial civil powers on the land is the United States Service Corporation. Are we clear? By what is called corporate descendancy or succession, you have about 4 of them that's been operating, controlling Morocco since the fall of the first one in France that Lincoln bankrupted in 1860. Are we clear? So you have successions. Another one after that one crashed by Woodrow Wilson. The one, Lincoln bankrupted United States Corporation 1860. They did the coup d'etat 1861. Re-registered in Puerto Rico with the purpose of converting their debt onto the descendants of the Moors, i.e. these are tagged black people, i.e. Christian property, as chattel properties to back U.S. corporate government debt since the Civil War. This is what the Pope Francis was talking about, all right? That one lived until 1913. Noble set up the old Canaanite temple for the restoration of the estate to the proper heirs, commanding the Queen of England, who's the middle party. And also there would be the managers or the administrators of the United States Service Corporation colonial operations in Morocco, i.e. the USA, all right? To honor her obligations to the treaties and honor her obligations to good government here under its Republican form, including the enforcement of all corporate states having a Republican form of government according to the Constitution and the treaties and the ordinance of 1787. So that crashed that United States. So Woodrow Wilson set up another one in Puerto Rico again, and so that's your third one. That's that's the third one. And then Drawley set up the old Moorish Holy Temple of Science as a civic organization. You already noticed it's following the heels of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who was teaching government. Again, reinforcing the international community to enforce the Constitution and to honor the heirs and stop branding them Negro, black, and colored. That takes them off the platform. So that crashed it again in 1925. And so while it was crashed, they still try to cover that up. So by 1928, it was really done. And this is when Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Delano Roosevelt set up another United States Corporation company in Puerto Rico, and then he used the birth certificates as surety. You know, because remember, they have already been using the marriage certificates, claiming the eggs in the womb. And of course, the bank bonds that they've been using since the Civil War, they've created multiple derivatives off of them, and nations were starting not to accept them. So this is a continuous thing that's been going on. So it's been necessary for them to use the Jesuits' army, was the U.S. military complex, to force nations to accept the T-bonds. This is how they've been staying together. And so, as you can see, Lincoln bankrupted the organic. not so much the organic United States, but the United States Service Corporation that was to give the service contracts of good government. And so that was the overthrow of the Republic since Lincoln. So Lincoln, as you all know, was the last lawful president at North America. Thereafter, all other presidents are de facto. So Lincoln bankrupted one United States, Noble Raleigh bankrupted two. This is including activities that's going on with the bankers, etc., other things that they're doing, but we're talking about, when you really boil down to it, you're really talking about heirs to the land. People will get caught up in the gold and the silver arguments, which is logical. You know, the fiat currencies, which is logical, but understand that that is surface, that's surface. And so when people are talking about the politics at North America, they'll usually run immediately to that. The gold and the silver coins, whether or not there's lawful money, Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Yes, surface argument. The real argument is the legitimacy of operative government here, controlling the assets and the estate on the land. Civil jurisdiction, civil land jurisdiction. And this is also why it was necessary for them to do or to convert or to set up the U.S. democracy order and bring in admiralty law from the sea, piracy. And so therefore the descendants of the Moors are declared booty and prize. So now, of course, you already know that's breach of treaty and breach of constitution. This is again why it's necessary for them to brand them Negro, black, and colored so they can't be charged with human trafficking, because there's no such thing, no such people exist on Earth planet. And if you get them to agree to be Negro, black, and colored, then that's called consent. Are we clear? This is where the nom de guerre comes in. Now, go ahead, read, good brother. Get in your mic.
Surety, one who undertake to pay money or to do any other act in the event that his principles fell therein. Re Block 312 PA.
No, you don't read that. Just read the substance of what a surety is.
Okay. One downs with his principles for the payment of the sums of money or for the performance of some duties or promise, and who is entitled to be indemnified by someone who's ought to have paid or performed if payment or performance be enforced against him.
All right.
Anderson versus
now,
True.
All right, leave the law cases out, because we need people to understand what it is. All right, now look, in bookkeeping, keep this in mind, you all. In bookkeeping, the promissory note, the reason why the corporate operatives separate the promissory note is because the promissory note would constitute the surety. Are we clear? The promise to pay. Are we clear?
Islam.
Now, because, now this is where the gold and silver issue and what the abrogation of the gold clause comes in. Due to the fact that under a color of law, they abrogated the gold clause. This is what Wilson did. This is what the Congress did after they murdered Lincoln. Keep this in mind. Then keep this in mind also, one of the arguments that was being made on behalf of the heirs, the true beneficiaries of the estate, was called the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, loosely referred to as Freedmen's Bureau. Amongst other properties and restorations, they were supposed to be given some of the land back, 40 acres and a mule, plus finances to build whatever is necessary and supports. And of course, the Kabbalists wasn't having that. This is another reason they murdered Lincoln. Are we clear? Because they would have had to give probably most of the land back. Are we clear? This is also why original article of Amendment 13 was suppressed and is suppressed. Are we clear? All right, now, Keep in mind when you all go into congressional records, and you all have this, that prior to 1913, that all property at North America was held like this. What? Look, y'all.
Alonium.
Free and clear.
Three.
This will be called what? Excuse me. And sometimes with a single L. Right?
For the benefit of those watching, can you say what it is because they can't see?
Say it again.
For the benefit of those that are watching, you have to tell
Oh,
them what you
yes. Now, allodial title and allodium. Now, I got two L's there, but sometimes with one L. Are we clear? Now, keep this in mind, y'all. When did this stop operating at North America?
1913.
Does that correlate with anything that you're familiar with?
Old Canaanite Temple, 1913.
Of course. So prior to 1913, all titles were held in allodial title, all property. Why is it that the people aren't familiar with that?
It's been suppressed.
Why is it suppressed?
Somebody's getting something in
Because
the
you
pocket.
cannot have the heirs to the estate thinking properly or making a proper claim. Because they'll be saying, well, I paid my mortgage note, my dead pledge. Contract is dead and their body is the pledge.
Right.
Are we clear?
Yeah.
Sharecropping. Are we clear? Now, in law, remember these are the same people who say they know Jesus, God, Allah, Moses, Muhammad, when God's going to kick the devil's butt on Thursday. Now, if they know all that, they should know this, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that law? How dare you claim the love of God you do not see, and love not your brothers and sisters you see every day? How dare you claim to know the laws of God, the laws of Allah and the prophets, and don't even know the fundamental laws of the land upon which you live?
Man,
Rule, same rule.
Islam.
Ignorance of the law is
No excuse.
You see why it isn't? But yet our people are always arrogantly talking about they got personal relationships with the divine order and don't even know the basic rules of civilization. Are we clear?
Clear.
Keep getting screwed and then blaming the devil. You get the point? And the world don't feel sorry for them because they act so self-righteous, like they know God, nobody else does. Don't even know the basic rules of civilization. You see the point? Now keep in mind, let's talk about how they do this. So 1913, you already know that's Woodrow Wilson, Jekyll Island, right?
Islam.
All right. Now, the promissory note and the mortgage must never be separated. From the beginning to the termination of the alleged loan, are we clear?
Islam.
They separate it and they take the promissory note, and what they do, instead of putting it on the debtor side, when they accepted that, they put it as an asset for the bank, didn't they? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. At that time, it became a surety. Mm-hmm. Are we clear what I just said to you? Are you clear? You understand that? They accepted the promissory note. In the ledger, it at that point becomes an asset to the bank. But then they list you as the debtor. But then your note is the asset, and they make a derivative off of that, don't they?
Islam.
So you just loan them the finance to pay for the bill.
And you still don't own the bill.
You're still a tenant.
Now, do you understand when you go into law? And when it goes into 95, subsection A, that we talk about in the reversion, right? Where the discharge and the set-off debt belongs to the United States Corporation and its subsidiary, not to you. This is why it's necessary for them to create the straw and to get you to accept the debt when you don't own it, when you should be reclaiming. What would you be looking for? Write this down. Reimbursement. Remember when they was doing the sheriff's sale in 2011, and we did that thing?
Yeah, the rally.
Reconveyance.
Yeah.
Some of the questions that were asked in there was based on understanding this. That's when the Congress sent that 106 million up, trying to pacify the people. When then we said that she wasn't going to give them a continuance.
Right, right.
Yeah, they wouldn't talk to me after that.
I know.
Anyway, but it's understanding this principle. Are we clear? Now, a holder in due course, whether you're a person who's running a bank, or you're a person who owns a law firm, or even a collection agency, and they're coming at you saying that you owe them $2.50, making that statement in law, they're saying in law, I am the holder in due course. Are we clear? Are we clear? Are we clear?
Yes.
What they're saying in law is that I have in my possession both of these instruments, not a copy, not some pay scale. Do you understand? That I have the mortgage and the promissory note. And that such and such person, debtor, has failed to meet his or her obligations to the debt. Without saying that you've taken the promissory note and made it a surety, which makes it an instrument, and then you made it fungible. You know?
Look up that word, fungible.
Go ahead, good brother.
Radia.
Read that.
Fungible.
What, in law?
Yeah, in the law book.
Fungible. Fungible. What does fungible mean? Go read in your law book, brother. Now keep this in mind. This is an estoppel. All right? And then we're going to go through this, but I want to show you what's in it so you understand what you're looking at. Are we clear? Are we clear? And make sure you share this with your family members or people that you know who really don't understand this stuff. But yet they be signing these papers all day on time. Yes. I want you to know, Mike.
Islam.
Like,
how do you counter that? How do you dispute that? At that,
how do you dispute it?
Yeah.
This estoppel is a dispute. This is an example. I haven't read it all the way through. This is an instrument that's actually in operation right now. Was issued to them. We can have go. Yeah. All right. Now, and so he wanted to share this with people so that whatever good it can do you in concept. See, because the deal of it is, and I tell everyone, if you want to help someone who does not understand. Do you understand? And make it clear as you possibly can. Because actually, all of us are tied together.
Islam.
Are we clear?
Islam.
And you've got to understand that that's a truth in nature. Regardless of what your beliefs may be, that's how nature operates. And one of our greatest self-injuries is not recognize that divine truth. Are we clear?
Islam.
So I'm talking or sharing this information to stimulate your will power. Keep this in mind. This real lecture is actually on stimulating your willpower. Because it is your willpower is the great anti-venom to the dark priesthood. You have no other power. So don't get caught up in, let us pray and march. It ain't gonna work. Not that it doesn't help. It makes you feel good. Take a drink after you do it though. Make you feel better. But in reality, it is really divine will If you can get the people to just use their willpower
Islam.
to reject that which is wrong, that is really where the power is. It's no real mystery, but most people don't understand that. And priesthood will never tell that because they're usually on the second rung of sucking off of them. They got the other straw on the other side of your neck. Do you understand what I'm saying? In other words, the God game is a business. The sooner you can get that in your head and get over your emotions, the better off you're going to be. You understand? And that's not saying that you shouldn't be spiritual, but understand that the masses don't get spirituality. The masses get dogma. That's why it never fixes anything. But then their own ego blocks them from seeing the truth because they think they've been given the truth. And so it's sort of like they're in the doo-doo talking about this peanut butter. You know, and really, when you study our people, that's what they do. They will justify what they know in their heart to be wrong and not working just because they're afraid to deal with the truth, because truth will destroy institutions.
I've got a question, correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I'm understanding is that a mortgage wasn't supposed to be no more than 9 months. And people have a 20 and 30-year mortgage.
Why do you think, let's look at this, Dr. Naila came pick up, and I said, oh, Dr. Naila, I didn't notice you had a new car, you know, but I didn't see that one. I mean, you had told me before when I think back, because I remember the red one, you know. Anyway, point that I'm making is this. You can take a car, say, any car, say, go a step above the average car. You know, you go into different, like, it's usually about 4 different categories. You got basic standard economy cars, then you got basic run-of-the-mill cars. So you're dealing with like 20, 22 grand. Then you're dealing in the 22 to 35 and 35 to 47 like that. And then 47 to 85 and like that. Then you get into your more expensive cars and you go past those 3 figures. Right? Now, imagine this. How many people buy, say a Mercedes as an example, and or an Audi or something like that, and they pay 3 figures for it, right? And they make trade compensation within, 4 or 7 years, right? And yet they can make an agreement on a house that costs $75,000, and they pay 25 or 70 or to 70, to 30 years. And it's called a dead pledge. But the average person can't think, they don't understand that it's set up bookkeeping. Mm-hmm. It is designed to keep you in debt. Mm-hmm. Are we clear? Clear. But you don't owe money, you owe the estate. Are we clear? Because you're not allowed to handle money. Because they've stolen your money. Mm-hmm. That's what the abrogation of the gold clause is. So they give you a dead pledge and they make you the debtor when actually they're the debtor. This is the whole thing that you must understand. Is that when you present the so-called mortgage, that the promissory note is a surety. Be clear on that. Are we clear? You need to understand that. So once it is made a surety, let's be very clear. So let's make this very clear. You're going to make a loan. Hold this. Right? You sign this. Right? And you ask him to loan you $50,000. Right? Mm-hmm. So you take this promise to pay $50,000 and then you convert it into a surety. At that time, it becomes an asset. That's bookkeeping, isn't that correct? That's correct. But then on the books, you make him the debtor. When actually you're the debtor because you just made this a surety.
That's right.
Wow.
So you take his promise to pay, and you take the payments, and you call them the donors. Isn't that what them instruments call them?
Yes.
The donors?
Yes.
So if the instrument says the donors, what does the donors mean?
Give.
Read the donors.
Give.
Funded
No, the donors.
D donors.
He was on fungible.
Oh, well, refundable, and then we're gonna go to the donors.
One thing.
One thing at a time.
Yeah.
Movable goods which may be estimated and replaced according to weight, measure, and number.
So now, when it tells you that, then that means it's substance, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
So it can't be abstract. Does credit have weight?
Nope,
Therefore, no state can make credit, can they?
nope.
They can only make gold and silver coin
Yep.
for payment of debt.
Islam.
Is that not the law?
That's the law.
So they're taking a promissory note, made a surety out of it, and then made it fungible. Is that weights and measures?
Nope.
See your argument? But if you can't read, you miss it.
We've been bamboozled.
Are we clear?
Clear.
Now, keep in mind, these are bound. They must never be separated from the beginning to the termination of the loan. But they've separated and made a surety out of this and then bundled it and made it fungible and put it on the stock market and generated finance on your signature.
That's it.
See how it's done? I'm explaining to you, you know, like you hear a lot of people say, well, they take your signature and make money out of it. That's a lie. They've taken your signature as a surety on that instrument and then put it on the stock market and generated finance for themselves. At that time, they just violated law. That's where when we did securitization the other week when we were here and why we did it. Now, so now you got layers, right? You got the identity crisis with the Guerre, Smith, Jones, and Johnson. The people of Asiatic descent, transacting business in European name, which automatically makes it state property. Then, you didn't enforce the Constitution.
Islam.
Right?
That's right.
By using the private commercial paper, which is called fiat. And you start calling it money when it's not money. It's really credit against your own estate. So, by necessity, they assign themselves as what? Trustees, or what? FOFR, and to protect themselves in law, within 72 hours, they usually sell it to another party, third-party interloper. How many people ever got a mortgage and then in short order, they send you a note that you got another mortgage company?
Yes.
Third party.
Always, always.
Third party. But for some reason, they still getting a piece of the action. Are we clear? Now, and so they list on the mortgage instruments the donors. Now read the donors.
DI. DI. It's two words. It's two. D.
D, E, and then D-O-N-I-S. D donors. Now this is very important because I'm going to go over this and then I'm going to read it all the way through and then we'll go back over it again, all right? But I just want you to see what's in your first paragraph, if you know what you're reading. Are we clear? So you need to understand what's going on, what's happening in order to understand why this is an estoppel. They understand, quick, read it. D donors.
DEDIMUS.
No, that's you putting fire in your belly to start a fight. What are you talking about? You've been had, you've been bamboozled, that's all.
Then look for the DI on. But it's actually D, the donors.
DEDU.
No, D-E, there's two words.
D-E-I-O-T-I-N-A-S-E.
Oh, here we go, here we go. You have it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead, because we got airtime.
Dedonis, concerning gifts, or more fully, dedonis conditionalis, concerning conditional gifts. The name of a celebrated English statue possessed in the 13th year of Edward I, by virtue of which estates in fee simple conditional, formerly known as dona conditiona, were converted into estates in fee tall and rendered inalienable, thereby strengthening the power of the noble.
Well, therefore, when you're making so-called payments with Federal Reserve notes, it's accepted as dedonis. It's a gift. You think you're making payments. Are we clear? So it doesn't matter how many times you do it. It doesn't matter whether you think you paid up or not. At any time they can come and take the house or call the loan. See why that takes place? Because you're assuming one thing when another thing is going on. Are we clear? Are we clear?
Clear.
So in your mind, you're thinking you're secure in your property. You're actually been sharecropping and giving these people's gifts. And they're actually putting a lien against your own estate that you don't know is your own estate. So they do a name of the estate that sounds like your name that's not your name. But if you say it is, you've accepted the debt. That's how the straw man works, or the transmitting utility. This is why Drew Ali said you don't do anything else to declare your nationality. Are we clear?
Clear.
Now, keep in mind, in law, this is called securitization. In law, this is unlawful. Are we clear?
Treason.
This is why MERS was found by the Supreme Court on Europeans who understood this, because they wasn't taking the nigger hit. MERS, all the mortgages were declared frauds. But they kept the system. That's why you had that housing bubble in 2008. Because Europeans were coming back at them to protect their estates. They knew our people couldn't read, so it wasn't really us. It was really the middle class Europeans being dissolved, and they weren't taking the hit. And so they started suing them. All right? But it's on this principle. I'm telling you what they were doing. Are we clear?
Clear.
But understand, all you so-called black leaders knew this stuff was going on too. This ain't racism. This is Unum sanctum policy. But they got that 501c3 kickback, Negro, for the word of the Lord thing, got you thinking they working for Jesus and they working for Rome. All the time. Got you marching and praying all over the place. And that's the truth. It's uncomfortable, but it's the truth. So you don't argue with the priesthood. Show their tricks. You understand? You don't argue with a con man. Show the people how the 3-card Molly works. And you leave the corner. If the people don't lynch them first. You understand? But it's up to you to save yourselves. All right? It's up to you to save yourselves. So keep this in mind, because I want you to think on this, because this is very important, that these instruments must never be separated. Someone say you're a so-called banker or some kind of collection agency, whatever you claim to be, doesn't matter. And you move a court for a foreclosure, right? If any of you have done any research in any county records anywhere else, you'll see 90% of all your foreclosures are called abandonments.
Yeah.
It ain't called lack of payment, it's called abandonments. You better get out of your house next Tuesday. Oh, all right. You just abandon your estate. Then they come in and do what is called an adverse possession. Are we clear?
Clear.
Are we clear?
Clear.
All right. Now, so before it gets like that and the posses come around and start trash, you do rebuttals and estoppels on the record. Are we clear?
Clear.
Because you're telling them that you're not abandoning your estate.
That's right.
Are we clear?
Clear.
Now let's read this all the way through and then we'll talk some more. All right? So I'm going to read this nonstop, then we'll just talk on some points, all right? All right. So pursuant to Pennsylvania Commonwealth's appellate rules of procedure, so these are rules because what has happened, this property was already put in foreclosure and was supposed to be moved on actually past month. All right? All right. Now, so this is presently in operation in the pseudo court system. All right? So James Warren Bay, now such a free national, you see? Proper person, so you see a small case, capitalize a small case, right? The living sentient man appellant, so this is an appeal, right? And beneficiary, right? Of the James Warren estate. See, this is an ex-rel position, but you're claiming, you gotta claim your estate. See, because what you're abandoning, when you make a different argument, you've just abandoned the argument to the estate. And most people start saying, well, I got a letter, and they told me, no, they was talking to the estate. You didn't notice that was written in all capital letters? Well, if you're incompetent, see, so if you don't put an estoppel and make this distinction between the difference, it's assumed, although they know it's a fraud. Because they've already put you on the back side of the ledger anyway. You see the point? And they're not the holder in due course because they do not have the original mortgage and the promissory note because it's on the damn stock market with multiple signatures on it. That's why they won't produce it. So if they can't produce it, they also don't have an argument. The court has no business issuing a what? A writ of execution when the persons or persons claiming to be the holders in due course clearly are not the holders in due course. Are we clear?
Clear.
Are we clear?
Clear.
Now, the point is, I'm going to read this, but I want to make it very clear to you. The point is they've generated as a fungible instrument, as the asset being the promissory note, you can tell them, instruct them as a beneficiary to take the finance that was made off of that fungible stock and offset the alleged debt. You allow them to do that. Because you've already paid it over with your labor that's measured by the bookkeeping, because it's not money. That's called offset. That's why, like in the congressional records, they tell you that you can't pay a debt with currency or any instruments that's not backed by gold or silver. Why? Because it only can be discharged or set off. It doesn't disappear. And so what have they done? They've enslaved the nationals and call it the national debt.
Yeah.
And this is why the national debt is so high. Because it's actually against your estates. Now, so what happens if you're not Moorish American? Can you claim the estate?
Nope.
Because that's what it is. It's occupation of Morocco. This is the problem that Europeans, freedmen's groups are having by trying to claim sovereign right to lands and estates. Because they're Europeans. They ain't white people. They're Europeans. See how this stuff is getting really corrupted? In other words, the corruption is catching everybody. The corruption is catching everybody. But it's incumbent upon the true beneficiaries to start speaking up, because failure of you to speak up keeps everything in disorder. Are we clear? Now you understand the divine warning where the prophet said these words and names that you use that delude to slavery must be removed from the earth to stop these earthquakes and storms and stuff, because Mother Earth is going to cleanse it. You either fix it or she won't fix it.
Yep.
And when she fixes it,
it ain't gonna be pretty.
It's usually not a happy outcome. But remember, she gives you opportunity.
Yes.
An opportunity to fix. Because when the cosmic mother, we call Allah, spanks you, you can't never say that you weren't told.
That's right.
Multiple times. Because when she comes out the woods, because remember, it's not personal station. Yeah, but I love the Lord. She ain't hearing that. I know Jesusness. And got any other sandwiches? You know, I know Allah, pray maids a lot of. You don't recognize none of that. Merit only. And if you're on the wrong side of them scales,
you toast.
Cookies.
Toast.
That's why the symbol of Adul, or the sword of justice, is symbolic. Be on the handle side if you can.
That's right.
Because it's a two-edged sword.
That's right.
I missed them that way. Crew cut. But so I'm gonna read this through, but I need you all to understand these principles of operations, how they're operating. Because if you understand what they're doing, you can make the argument. You just need to really comprehend what's happening.
That's
right?
it. That's it.
So James Warren Beatty, living sentient man, appellant and beneficiary of James Warren estate, moves for emergency appeals in all matters involving the misrepresentations presented before the administrators of the court. You notice he didn't say judges? Because it's an estate. They're administrative clerks. Now, if you want to call them judges, you just assign them. You understand? You need to know what you're dealing with. By Mr. Sloan. Now, Mr. Sloan is president of Wells Fargo.
Timothy J.
And then you can use whatever. Who is his name?
Timothy J.
Timothy J. Sloan.
That's his name.
Timothy J. Sloan. All right. So Timothy J. Sloan is the MC, CEO, Master Ceremonies, head guy, presider, whatever, of Wells Fargo. So when you talk about Wells Fargo, you're talking about Mr. Sloan. Now notice how we put Mr. Sloan in front of the corporate entity. You're not arguing with Wells Fargo. Why? It can't talk. It's a piece of paper registered somewhere as a private corporation for profit.
Just like Commonwealth.
So you can talk to a living man or woman. Failure to do so, which means you waive your right to what? To face your accuser. I'd rather talk to Santa Claus because I didn't get a bike. Oh, go ahead, keep it up. And you keep losing. Anyway, so Mr. Sloan doing business as Wells Fargo Bank and its associated party, World Savings Bank. So immediately, by their own entry into the court, they entered clearly third-party interloper. Now, so if they sold the contract to World Bank, what they gonna make an argument?
Right, Islam.
They're out of the picture. That's like me selling you a car. You understand? I'm selling you a car, and you trying to collect from him, from Brother Soul, and I'm sitting up here arguing with you. Yeah, because Soul didn't give her $5.50 last month. Well, I sold the car. I have no interest, right? So Wells Fargo has no interest. Why are they on them damn court papers? Then you got a third-party interloper with whom you have no contract.
That's right.
Because they already got paid whatever agreement they had with Wells Fargo. They ain't got that one thing to do with you.
That's right.
What is the rule in third-party interloper? No contract, no claim.
Right.
Isn't that the law?
That's right.
What happens with most people that never make that argument, do they?
Nope.
Well, see, last week I gave $5.50 and see because of it. You start arguing them out and all this. You're agreeing that their debt exists. It doesn't. It's theirs, not yours.
Islam. Does the same principle hold true for, say, people who may have had, I don't know, say, credit card?
Exactly.
Credit card debt, it's sold to
It's still against your estate. Exactly. Third-party interloper, same thing. See,
when the third party interloper decides that it's going to take you to court and serve you with papers and you don't have a contract.
You let them do all that, and then charge them an allodial cost schedule for the time that you spend messing with them. Let me explain something to you all so you all understand this. You know, you hear about companies all around the place talking about clean your credit up. You know how they do it? The principle that they're working on is exactly what I'm telling you right here. Third-party interloper has no claim. They ain't got no damn business moving to court. But because of corruption, it is allowed. They be paying people off. But in law, they already know it's a fraud. What happens, people keep failing to say it themselves. And then by them being considered state property, the awards of the state, so the state speaks for them. Then if you hire a barrister, he's a bounty hunter, and he's with a tie, and you just pay the bounty hunter to deliver you.
Yes.
And this is what keeps happening to people. Are we clear?
Clear. Definitely clear.
So this is what keeps happening. So let's read this out. So, Mr. Sloan doing business as Wells Fargo Bank and its associated party, World Savings Bank. That's their associate party, ain't your associate. That's a private deal they made. What they got to do with you? All of an instrument, a surety that they put against you, that's against your estate. That's what generated the finance as a fungible instrument on the stock market. Did they send you any checks?
Hell no.
No.
So if they generate finance off you as a surety, how's it that you owe them? You see the issue? All right, this is back to what we talked about. Once you understand the principle, you can draft your own rates. You just need to comprehend fundamentals, that's all.
Yes.
So World Savings Bank, hereafter referred to as Mr. Sloan. So now, Mr. Sloan is Wells Fargo as well as World, Savings Bank. See, so now when you say Mr. Sloan, since he's operating for them, he's one driving the bus.
Yep.
All right.
You gotta take the hit.
At Alia, and that means all your club members. All right. Mr. Sloan and Alia are declared to not possess rightful trusteeship in any and all matters related to the organic land, nor to 11 Delancey Place and all accoutrements associated to it, being a part of the James Warren estate, pending revocation of signature by the rightful beneficiary, James Warren Bay. So now you just created an estoppel. So even if it's not done, you just let them know from the tribunal, I'm removing my signature. Now, of course, removing my signature, y'all got to produce the evidence that you moved this case with, don't you? Isn't it called evidence? Well, they've been moving foreclosure without evidence. And people ain't demanding the production of it. So now so of course, now when they get it, you remove your signature, now they got all this derivative debt hanging out there, and that's theirs, not yours.
Right.
But meanwhile, you're asking for all the residuals that have been generated all this time on the stock market, because it certainly was a surety. Now you go look up United States law, securitization is unlawful. You see the point? Now we'll get into what securitization is, later. We went into it last week, but as far as law concerning that, you understand? You can do the research yourself. So I'm just telling you it's unlawful. And see, you never argue this, and logically, if you get a barrister, they're not going to argue because they're part of the problem. Mr. Sloan and Alia are dismissed from and removed from trusteeship based upon Mr. Sloan's questionable accounting practices and misrepresentations. So now you just attacked the conversion, haven't you? Right? And since you're the beneficiary of the estate, don't you have a right to tell the trustee he's damn fired?
That's right. But in mine I put an heir though when it says beneficiary.
Yeah, well, beneficiary and heir. Yeah. Are we clear? Yeah. That's why I told you bring your plaster. I'm gonna bring it. Anyway, so whatever processes questionable used by Mr. Sloan appear to demonstrate an intent to defraud James Warren Bay, the beneficiary of the assets. So you're claiming the assets, aren't you? Huh? You're not abandoning the assets, are you?
No.
Are you? So now, keep in mind, for them to move this procedure, they must to have, give me after this, they must to have whoever entered for the writ of execution. Now the writ of execution and writ of possession are related. So the writ of execution is for them to execute, to tell you to split. And then them being the trustee saying that they're stuck with this, they're a writ of possession because they're the holder in due course. We already showed that they can't be.
That's right.
But if you don't argue, it's assumed that that's the case. Are we clear?
That's right.
All right. Now, so, Mr. Sloan's undisclosed accounting records, evidenced by virtue of this present action, we're talking about the present action, right, are alleged to be showing transactions associated with my estate. So you claiming your estate, right? See? Not my address and not my estate. The same has not been disclosed to me. So non-disclosure, the court can't move. Because you put it to question. It's a question before the court. You can't be moving on something that's not disclosed. See, but if you argue debt and stuff like that, it's assumed that it's already been disclosed to you. If you accept the debt, start saying my, then it must be your stuff. So you see how they be getting over? So the present action are alleged to be showing transactions associated with my estate, and the same has not been disclosed to me, James Warren Bay, the beneficiary. Furthermore, the questionable non-responses to formally issued written requests from the desk of James Warren Bay clearly constitutes undisputable severe breach of trust, evidenced by Mr. Sloan's silence and by the following untoward acts deemed to initiate the said foreclosure action against my interest and against my estate. So you're talking like a beneficiary and an heir, like you're supposed to be talking. And so now you're telling the trustee, the broker, that he's fired. Up to that point, he's acting on his behalf, on your behalf. Do you understand? Now, I, James Warren Bay, the living sentient man, hereby repudiates and rebuts all unwarranted hypothecation activities alleged against my estate and refute all or any abandonment claims made by the foreign and misrepresented persons doing business as Wells Fargo Bank at Alia. I do therefore publicly and privately proclaim and declare my divine and natural rights to my corporal and incorporeal hereditaments and affirm notice and claim reversion to my estate. I also claim all rights to any profits or benefits generated by the surety instruments upon which my signature was placed and thereafter used by Mr. Sloan at Alia and deemed for profit in violation of the laws that govern securitization. Are we clear? Clear. I, James Warren Bay, the living sentient man and rightful heir of the estate in question, am not lost at sea, and I affirm and declare my right of reversion of estate, and therefore I make no claim with respect to the title and misrepresented capitalized name, man of straw and nom de guerre being a title, and the spurious creations of the foreign de facto Wells Fargo Bank and Alia operators, actors, and owners. I surrender and assign any and all reversionary interests to the foreign privately owned United States and its subsidiaries for full acquittance, discharge, settlement, and closure of my reliance upon the rule of law set at Title 12, United States Code 95A, Part 2. This is where the debt goes to them. That's already established law. I assume no liabilities or debts, however contrived, among Wells Fargo Bank administrators, corporate associates, and I do not consent to stand as surety, quote unquote, for the foreign private and for-profit Wells Fargo Bank and Alia. I did not and do not agree to stand as surety for Wells Fargo Bank owners or administrators, nor for its subsidiaries or its associates at any point or moment in time. That's your reversionary statement, Dean.
All right, all right.
Word is slightly different because it's still just the United States is dealing with directly with Wells Fargo also,
All right.
which is a subsidiary. Because remember, all corporate entities in the Western Hemisphere are members of the Roman Curia. All right, the present foreclosure action demonstrates that Mr. Sloan's accounting records were apparently accepted by another third party as being proper and valid by some man or woman or clerk having association to or with the court record. It appears that the said questionable evidence was apparently, by virtue of its implied accountability correctness, used as grounds for initiating the said foreclosure activities related to a failure to examine misrepresentation of the debt, quote unquote, owing as alleged by Mr. Sloan and associated with or tagged to James Warren Bay's private beneficiary right of estate. Are we clear? James Warren Bay, a living, breathing, and sentient man, and this be for the women if you're making an argument for yourself, and the true creditor in the estate matter, inclusive of the property designated as 11 Delancey Place, was established by virtue of the apparent misusage of my signature upon the promissory note and assets being used without my permission or authorization, and with the same being deceptively used by others to create a surety and traded as a fungible instrument. James Warren Bay, as written and as presented by myself, is to be distinguished from all and any nom de guerre, all capitalized names, or by any other grammatical or semantic conversions, such as James Warren, all capital letters, etc., or via any other misnomers or misrepresentations implied, written, or otherwise presented by agents or representatives of or for Wells Fargo Bank Corporation et alia, without my knowledge and without my willful authorization. The note or securitized instrument in question and undoubtedly appear to have been used by Mr. Sloan et alia, or by delegated corporate succession, others doing business via their entity, Wells Fargo Bank Corporation et alia, for effectuating fungible transactions, or with the note, quote unquote, possibly deemed for empowering or monetizing fraudulent transactions made by anyone or by someone associated with Wells Fargo Bank Corporation et alia, via that entity's administrators and their accounting practices, and or by some other dishonest contractual for profit associated activities. No profits and no monies or funds associated with or generated by the undisclosed usages of the promissory note bearing my James Warren signature in this case has ever been forwarded to me. Some undisclosed party or person suspected to be, or who have alleged to have been authorized by Mr. Sloan doing business as Wells Fargo Bank Corporation et alia, initiated the misrepresented foreclosure claims against my estate. By due process under the law, some identifiable living and sentient man or woman had to produce verifiable evidence justifying the action, quote unquote, in this controversy. Therefore, the person or persons alleging, that's what we to have. So, alleging to have or to possess documented claims of power of attorney over myself, James Warren Bay, or over my estate are hereby challenged to produce the original accounting records and the never separated original mortgage and promissory note. See these principles? Yeah. With this said foresaid established evidence, the claimant, accuser, trustee is commanded to produce the documented proof of power of attorney to support his or her claims of right to have initiated the said foreclosure action in controversy. For the record, I, James Warren Bay, maintain my right to question the alleged fiduciary of James Warren estate, and the same standards shall apply to any and all third-party accusers and claimants in the matter. I affirm my right as beneficiary to rebut the apparent misrepresentations in this present culpable claim and the apparent conversion actions associated with it. The appellant, James Warren Bay, the rightful steward and beneficiary, domiciling at 11 Delancey Place near Downingtown, Pennsylvania, Commonwealth, rebuts the misrepresentations in this foreclosure matter and brings notice, quote unquote, of the same to the attention of the administrators of the appellate court. Primal to this notice, quote unquote, is the questionable accounting procedures and practices entertained by the owners, the agents, and the representatives of Wells Fargo Bank Incorporated at Alia, and of their associated contractors doing business on the land at North America in a corporate capacity. The corporate owners, agents, and representatives collectively referred to as Mr. Sloan acting for the Wells Fargo Bank Corporation entity in Alia have conjoined to themselves third-party interlopers, quote unquote, and debt collection agents. These third-party interlopers, agents, and or representatives or other veiled or undisclosed claimants, owners, operators, and or administrators were and are equally principal and agent questioned to prove his, her, their claims against my estate. The appellant demands that the claimants, quote unquote, prove the alleged debt, quote unquote, owed to the alleged man or woman or the unnamed person, representatives claiming to be the original grantor of monies or funds in this matter, and to show clear proof that the same substance, consideration, monies or funds were at any point or time delivered into the hands and placed in the possession of the appellant James Warren Bay. Furthermore, the said accusers, alleged grantors bear the burden of proof and are charged to produce the accounting ledgers, records, original instruments that prove the alleged debt owing and associated to or with James Warren Bay and his assets or estates. The appellant, James Warren Bay, in chief, by right of due process, secured under constitutional law, and the beneficiary questions the activities associated with all and any allegations or claims made against me by any man or woman associated with or levied against the said assets and estates. In this appellate instance, the said assets includes 11 Delancey Place near Downingtown, Pennsylvania, Commonwealth. The appellant, James Warren Bay, for the record, challenges the veracity of the claims and challenges the jurisdiction of the lien note alleged to be founded upon the so-called loan of monies or funds which the alleged grantor has said or implied to have been delivered into the possession of the appellant, James Warren Bay, at any point or time, and with the same verified to be attached to or related to a transfer of the said monies or funds from the alleged grantors or lenders and given to the appellant James Warren Bay. This challenge is made non-pro-tonque on all accounts and in all matters concerning the said grant or loan, quote unquote, and to the alleged holders of the original instruments bearing my, James Warren Bay's, verifiable wet ink signature and concurrent to July 2nd of the year 2007. The accusers, the alleged grantors, Mr. Sloan and Alia, via their associated entity, Wells Fargo Bank Incorporated, and the other conjoined claimants, owners, agents, and representatives of and for the entity styled World Savings Bank Incorporated, lack standing to exercise enforcement warrants, obstructing injunctive relief, while the controversy, subject matter, and foreclosure action initiated by them is at question and on appeal by the appellant James Warren Bay. The original and actual deed and note alleged to have been placed into evidence before the courts related to and associated with 11 Delancey Place near Downingtown, Pennsylvania, Commonwealth, at North America, and recorded at, and of course the numbers going to there, whatever the case, etc. Of the year 2007 are common to this action. Allegations and or assumptions to this effect are challenged for the record, since these associated facts or assumptions are of primal evidence for proof and veracity, establishing and verifying the facts or the falsehoods associated with or to this allegation and foreclosure action, quote unquote. The facts and the evidence alleged to have been secured by the owners and representatives of Wells Fargo Bank Incorporated at Alia, being evidence, shall be used for examining the positions of the parties in controversy and to establish verification of the alleged debt, and, of course, in this case, set for the record a clarification of the status of the parties, creditor and or debtor, in this controversy. Then you sign off. Now, do you recognize the locked doors? And of course, air interjected more often, which you've done.
But I did a writ of possession, reversioner, Estoppel. That's what I titled it, you know. And then I did the international document, you know, with A-1 truth, international document, AA 222141. Then I put the USPS return receipt underneath that, so that, you know, that I've established a docket now, you know.
All right. Yeah. So you give me that and I'll modify.
Yes, sir.
All right. So anyway, so you see the nature of this estoppel and rebuttal is with the knowledge of how the system works. Are we clear? So once you understand that this, and I'm going to reiterate so that you don't ask no questions because you're late.
I apologize.
Brother, what does that mean? What does peanut butter sandwiches mean on jelly?
I already know it's coming.
I was using the library free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Trying for your August 18th. That's why I'm late.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, brother.
Anyway, so keep this in mind, you all. Whenever these, I want to state this, and then we'll just talk. Let's just talk. These mortgages and deeds did not exist prior to 1913. Are we clear? Please say it. So get to the clear. Say it, please.
Clear.
Mortgages and deeds at North America did not exist prior to 1913. Are you clear?
Clear.
All right. Prior to 1913, all property was held by a allodial title. This is also called aboriginal title. So write them down so you get used to these things so that you can understand what your arguments are, not what Europeans argue. Are we clear?
Clear.
Are we clear? The Europeans are being forced to tell the truth, so pay attention to what they're saying, but keep it a grain of salt. They're foreigners, you're not. Are we clear? You got to always keep that in your mind. You're not rejecting them, you're putting things in their proper place. Do you understand? Just because the European's been occupying your land and controlling your assets, he's not the owner of those assets. Right. Are we clear? Clear. But they've been moving mortgages and deeds around as if they are the owners. The real owners are the Al-Moroccans, the descendants of Moroccans born in America. Are we clear? Are we clear?
Clear.
North America is the heartland of the Moroccan Empire. Are we clear? This is what Obama was exposing. This is also why when he went to Egypt, he showed the true American flag. And then he came back and they signed the rights of indigenous people. But you already know the corruption that exists on our side and why these things have not been promoted. Because a lot of our own people have been benefiting from the enslavement of their own people. So they're going to try to keep that black thing going. Because the Europeans give them a 501c3 skull and bones payback. Are we clear? Dr. Naila,
Let me ask you this.
no, but I'll put you on mic.
Question popped up, so I'm just.
Go ahead.
It says, could you ask Brother Taj, has he heard of the brother/G's in Temple number 14 VA territory that has started a credit union for Moors, and what his thoughts about it?
No. I don't have details, and until I do details on anything, I make no statements on things I don't research.
Islam.
But the principle is a good idea, certainly. But at the same time, They're still dealing with the private Federal Reserve notes until there's some change over to Asiatic jurisdiction. We're still subject to the same BS. However, having more control over your assets is of interest, and I would like to do some research on that, yes. But the principle is a good idea.
Islam.
Are we clear?
Islam.
Now, and you keep this in mind, what they have done that's unlawful, all right? All banks and all so-called lending institutions, they have violated the law from the door because they've separated these. Are we clear?
Clear.
Why did they separate them? They separated them in order to take the promissory note with your signature on it and make it a surety. And then they assured your future labor and the taxing that they would steal from you as the payments to the alleged debt, and then switch you on the debtor side while keeping your promissory note as an asset on their books and generating finance. Are we clear?
Clear.
At the point that the promissory note became an asset, that's called monetization. Write that down. And understand at that point, it's total fraud. Are we clear?
Clear.
So we're not talking amounts, we're talking principle, aren't we? Monetization. Suretization, securitization, and making a surety out of the promissory note, making it a fungible instrument, putting it on the stock market is called monetization. That's unlawful. But in doing so, now I'll make this very, very, very clear to you. In doing that, note that your signature was on became the funding source. They gave you nothing.
Right, never gave you nothing.
They simply took a trusteeship or forfeitureship on your estate and future labors and deal with administrating and setting off or discharging the debt on your behalf as a trustee. This is why they want your signature, and this is why they want you to keep communicating with them. Are we clear? Now, on another point for your interest. One of the reasons why we always tell Moors to set up a trust, reason why we tell you that. Now, when Nobrali set up the old Canaanite temple, it in its nature is a trust. Do you understand? And he told the Moors to help him in the great missionary work enforcing the Constitution. That is no different than what has been going on with the claims he made to the Queen of England, etc. And of course, what crashed the United States Corporation Company that most people who don't understand think is a country, which makes them incompetent. Are we clear? Now, when we're talking about the great sellout, this is where people who are charged to help enforce the Constitution in harmony with the instructions of the Prophet started telling people to draw they didn't teach civics and that their organization is only religious. That's a sellout. And so now what you have Moorish Americans suffering the black codes and the Europeans are still in their properties when being nationals, they actually are making a claim on the estate and don't even know what reversion of estate is because people who claim to be sheikhs and grand sheikhs of the Moorish Science Temple of America have sold the Prophet out and thus sold you out.
That's wrong.
Now, don't take it personal, it's just what it is. This is reality.
That's what it is.
Because these things should have been known by you since the 20s. Meaning that we shouldn't have to be in this late date teaching you these things that should have already been elementary to you. And so the lack of understanding this has allowed the Europeans to be expunging your estates since the 20s. And this is why Franklin Delano Roosevelt, after that third United States corporation was crashed, why he started using the birth certificates as surety bonds. They're bank bonds. You know, I mean, you all know that, but I'm just telling you, you need to understand the politics. But all of those politics are unum sanctum. Are we clear? All of that politics, from the coup d'etat in 1861 when the Congress adjourned sine die, on up to the Woodrow Wilson thing, on up to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, all of them is the same policy. Are we clear? And so now that people are waking up, that's why they're starting to do all these militarization of the gangs of New York that are called policemen, busting people's houses, take their children, do all kinds of stuff, no warrant. This is what it is, they're on the last leg. Are we clear?
I have a question about a related, yes, a question of a related issue that happened with the Unum Sanctum policy being done on the late, he was the president of Libya, Gaddafi. He was converting the national thing into gold, and he was going to bankrupt.
All right. Now, Gaddafi was, they actually was setting up a satellite so that the African countries and peoples would not be subject to Google and the Facebook, because they both belong to CIA, which you already know. And designed to actually subvert the Constitution and also maintain the status quo, i.e. the abuse of our people under the guise of being legitimate. So he was, he had funded for satellite to bypass the European and Roman operations, and also to move from what is known as the petrodollar that was set up by Nixon, etc. That forces everybody to buy any energy in US dollars in the treasury bonds, because you already know the shells that were broken before, which we talked about earlier. And I forget the exact amount, but it has to do with a couple, maybe 300 and some odd more tons of gold that they were stealing from him. Because remember, the gold, if you do any research in world politics, it was a London trader, he's called the Whale, or something like that, the Whale. In London was one of the traders. They misused Chinese gold to back the euro. Right? And they said he lost a couple billion, but it was multiples. It was rarely in the multiples. So China, the Chinese Manchurians were commanding the restoration of the gold into the accounts. So on the back line of politics, a lot of the finance gold was being moved from the Vatican, trying to satisfy that to keep things kind of cool. Now keep in mind, Germany is the United States Corporation Operators' #1 ally. And so Germany sent their diplomats over to check on their gold in New York. They told them to take a hike. Of course, they had been melting gold and they'd been putting tungsten in the gold for quite some time. And of course, they already raided Fort Knox. They got sarin gas and a whole bunch of nerve gas in Fort Knox. So the scam is come unraveled. So one of the other missions was to steal Gaddafi's gold. This is also why the French went into Mali, etc., and gold mines and stealing. So all of that stuff is connected. But the major issue is not just the gold-backed currency for African countries. See, because the African and Asiatic countries have the resources anyway. They're under European control, under Unum Sanctum control. So that's why they assassinated him. That must be understood, to steal the gold. Now, so they were, as of late, delivering some of the gold back to Germany, but without the markings. So it's remelted or smelted gold. And so that's again why a lot of the corporate operations of Germany in Russia and some parts of China have not ceased but actually increased. Now, so in the background, this is also why the trading hubs around the world are being adjusted, whereas the Jesuits control the financial side of operations on the Unum Sanctum. The Asiatic nations control the trade side. So this is the foundation of the real politics that's going on in the world today. And then also, you know, China wrote a scathing complaint to the world governments about the United States operators, how they've been treating us here. So that hasn't been going over too well with them. So we're talking about the real politics. So remember, the real goal of Gaddafi is to steal the gold, to satisfy some of the gold that they stole from Germany. That's why after German diplomats came to New York to check on their gold, 2 months later the buildings dropped and they said that Muslims did it with box cutters, which is a total lie. And then put people against each other and start all these wars. So, you know, that's really what's going on. So keep in mind, with Gaddafi, it is the satellite and the gold. Yes, that's it.
And the oil.
Is that, yeah, well, that too. Yes, but remember,
is that amazing what he did for us?
Say it again.
I was gonna say, and what about Saddam?
Same thing.
Because, you know, they took their currency and then created this
The
dinar,
all that stuff.
and they got a lot of the American soldiers. They built them up that there was going to be this reset.
You got to remember this.
Yeah.
Now, this is what occurred, because the Europeans have been stealing the gold in different parts of Africa. That was a setup. That was a setup and a promise. So what they did, they set that up, promise, then they drained all the accounts. And now, so anybody that's buying the dinar and stuff is buying shells. It was already raped under the Clinton administration.
I had $1 million.
You know what I'm saying? It was already raped under the Clinton administration. You know, our people need to really learn world politics.
What?
And this is again why we talk some of these things, because our people are very unsophisticated when it comes to real world politics. They think tunnel vision. You know, and so this is why it's important for them to understand that the entire contemporary world politics is based in Unum Sanctum, not racism and prejudice. When somebody starts talking racism and prejudice to you, that's a COINTELPRO operative. A social engineer recognizes it, politician recognizes it. Common people who can't read or don't know history think these people are doing them a favor. No, they got you on a treadmill. And if you move the camera back, you see the screen going like this. You're in the struggle though. That's how it works. Go ahead.
Now, I was just going to ask, was that letter from the Chinese to the world leaders, was that on the drive, or is that somewhere where we could...
No, it was a general scathing report against the United States Corporation Company for their treatment of us.
Okay, well, where can we get that?
Just look on the internet. Just look up Chinese scathing report against the U.S. Something like that, and you'll see it. But that's really no big deal. What you need to do and what we need to understand is that we need to get together.
Islam.
We need to stop looking for other people to do programs for us.
Islam.
Are we clear?
Islam.
We need to understand what's going on and start using our intelligence and come together in law on the proper platform. See, because the whole politics is this. Unum Sanctum policy is the conquest of the Moorish nation, period. When you say the Moorish nation, you're talking about all Asiatic African peoples. Are we clear? When you talk about Moorish Americans, you're talking about specifically the Moors of the Western Hemisphere that are under direct occupation by European operations. Are we clear? Are we clear?
Clear.
And all of their policies are made based on the Unum Sanctum doctrine. All right? So if you're talking the Christian Black Codes of 1724, it's Unum Sanctum. If you're talking the Sister QV Act of 1666, Unum Sanctum. If you're talking about the principles behind the Dred Scott issue, Unum Sanctum. You're talking about the assassination of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Unum Sanctum. Wow. You're talking about the rejection of Ralph Bunche before the United Nations, Unum Sanctum. If you're talking about the Buck Act, Unum Sanctum. You're talking about the Negro Act, Unum Sanctum. You're talking about the Federal Reserve Establishment, Unum Sanctum. You're talking about the IRS, which is really Inquisition Revenue Services, Unum Sanctum. And if you don't know that, and if you don't get it, understand that you're behind the curve. You know, and so if we're going to solve things, we're going to have to grow up, get rid of our emotionalism, uncomfortably dump our beliefs and start dealing with facts, and get in harmony with the real world and be prepared to rise to higher planes of life. And a lot of these issues we talk about now are really just preliminary, really, truthfully, because as soon as you get these things down, you're going to be accelerated right quickly. If it's not by myself or somebody like me, it will be others who will be bringing higher degrees to you. But really all I am actually is an agitator. I'm a cleanup observer. Meaning that my job is to clean up some of the basic things so you can get other stuff that you're getting ready to get smacked with heavily. And if you're not able to handle them, you will probably not survive. And that's the real politics. And I'm not saying to scare you because I'm saying it because it's absolutely the truth. And it's not because I'm saying it. You got to understand this. I'm just doing my job. That's what my mother sent me for.
Islam.
You know, so if we don't clean up this first part, you'll probably not be able to handle the accelerations that's getting ready to take place. That's actually already in play. You know, now people who would benefit from your dispersed estate logically don't want you to listen to this kind of information. Because one of the first things this information does, it will destroy any institutions that's not founded in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice will collapse.
That's right.
And not because I say so, because divine law says so.
Islam.
And you don't have to believe what I say. Observe what I told you and look around you. But it's accelerating, so I don't have to prove anything to you. I say this, accept nothing I say, observe what I told you, and see if it doesn't take place just like I told you. Because it absolutely will. But then, other things that you don't know at this time, but that are and is, will simply be like somebody pulling the gauze off your eyes. Because all of it's about seeing, awareness, and actually vibrations. Actually, to be honest with you. You know, but it's sort of like, in another way, there's no need to argue with someone about, you know, running the cash register when you know they can't count. But don't get impressed with the fact that we're learning to count like this is some grand achievement. This is only cleaning up some mess to prepare you for other stuff. So don't think like some of these subject matters we're talking about is the goal in a sense. These are things that you should have had 30, 40 years ago, that should have prepared you 34 years ago, that should have prepared you for other things that was in front of your face that you didn't see because you didn't have foundation. So don't think when you begin to understand that this is it. Because all of this is done to take the, to grease the gears of your willpower. Because it's really the willpower that I'm attacking. Because if that is activated, Mother Nature takes care of the rest.
Islam.
You know, it's sort of like if you understand nature and you're a farmer, you don't sit around and judge stuff. You go to the soil, look at the soil, see whether it's acidic or alkaline. You clean it from rocks and weeds, and you put the seed in the soil, and you don't stand there patting your feet. Yeah, I don't see no leaves yet. You plant the seed in a good soil, the moon and Venus and the sun will do their job. Go find something to do. It's sort of saying things like somebody painted the wall going, what you stand there patting your feet for? I'm waiting for this paint to dry. You know, just paint the wall and go find something to do. Likewise, some of this information, a lot of things that we've been talking about, is to clear your head about things that have been dragging you down. That's been dragging your thoughts, draining your energy. If I can pull enough leeches off you, and I can't pull them all up, if I can pull enough leeches off of you, you will retain enough blood energy that nature does the rest. and that's what I count on. Are we clear? So I'm telling you ahead. So I'm not telling you anything loaded. I give you no loaded questions, and I give you no loaded statements. I tell you bluntly. But I also try to give you reference points so that you can start using your own brain power. Because you will discover these things that I'm telling you, you already know. That's number one. You've just been suppressed here because Rome, see the problem with the planet is that people have been boasting and bragging about their special relationships with Allah, Jesus, God, Muhammad, Yahweh, Jehovah, etc. But in the real world, Rome has been their God. They fear Rome. They don't fear Allah. They don't fear no Jesus. They fear Rome. They call him their great white father. They won't buy, they won't sell, they won't breathe without the mark or the number of his name or license. So my job is to cut Rome's tail off. That's all. He might devour me, I don't care. My mom will give me another body.
Islam.
Do you understand? But I already know if you cripple the dragon, the next generation, the job is not as hard. Once they've cleared themselves of the misinformation. See, because they don't know their power is in divine will. It's not in weaponry. It's not in marching all around. It's in the will. The willpower is sluggish. So what we do is cleansers. We're just cleaning a little bit. Because if you clean it enough that they can see on their own, they don't need you. Because your mother brought you here with everything you need. You just that we've got caught up in Roman dogmata, belief systems that we associated with Allah, Jesus, and Muhammad that actually have nothing to do with them whatsoever. But we've charged them with bringing this BS that we've been calling religion, when actually they were rescuing the people from this dogma. And Rome has actually used their names to actually conquer the people. That's why they always say, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Allah, in the name of, 90% of the time they were the enemies of the prophets. And you're the target, you're the food, and they generate finance from you. See, because birthright doesn't cost a penny. That's why Yahshua was arguing with the priesthood who was stealing the widow's pennies. And then the same priesthood comes to tell people, Jesus is broke. His roof is leaking. Let me get myself together. Now here's this God, he's always broke. And like them Koreans said, you know what, I was doing URD radio station a couple years ago on Severe Show, and they were had the so-called black community leader guys in Philadelphia and the surrounding areas complaining about Koreans and other Asiatics in the so-called black community taking all the resources out of the black community and controlling the black hair products stuff, which was a $9 billion a year business, and they feel as though they deserve some of the action of their own stuff. Women buying their spouse's hair and eyelashes and braids and whatever, and hair grease, whatever. Anyway, to cut the story short, they was coming on the they had a campaign coming on the radio complaining about the blacks in neighborhoods. As a matter of fact, one of the boycotts took place right there on Girard Avenue, 52nd and Girard. And, you know, protesting against the Asiatics and stuff like that. So anyway, so the Asiatics did a report. They did a report and, you know, a comeback. And they said, you know, if our people want to deal with international trade, they'll show them, you know, but they're not nationals. They choose, you know, to deal with these code systems. They build bars and churches. You know, and then they did a research report that on the East Coast alone, every year in the churches and all these storefronts and all these other churches, they collect over $9 billion a year in the name of the Lord. They say, you do what you want to do with your money, we do what we want to do with our money. If you want to make international trade, you act like any other nation and do trade with the rest of the nations. We don't owe you anything, we're serving you while you won't serve yourselves. You know, they start talking about races. And they was telling the absolute truth. Now, think about this. Just on the East Coast, this is every year, $9 billion, we already know it's fiat, to all these so-called houses of God in our so-called community, just our community. And they got not a thing to show for it, and they complain about other people selling them some else's hair that they willingly buy because they won't set up nothing themselves. They won't set up no civic organizations whatsoever. They just build bars and churches, and then they want to complain about being broke. And Reverend Jones is walking around with $3,000 suits, a Paris, 3 cars, goes to the Bahamas every week. Jesus is half with Bertha, who sings with the choir. And then lie to the people and tell the people that Jesus got a bank account at Chase Manhattan like the rest of the world knows that's not true. And then we'll complain about somebody doing business in their community because they won't set up business.
Yeah.
They're not subject to the black codes. They don't agree to be black and yellow people. So they don't come under the black codes. So they don't have that burden. Ain't that our responsibility? Don't we keep agreeing to be black?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the black codes is for. Are we black? No. But do we keep agreeing to be black? Yes. And then we have people run around and name the Lord promoting it. While in secret, they Masons. Got a Moorish fez, pretending they don't know these people are Moors. Eastern Stars, daughters of ISIS and daughters of everything. Got fezzes and act like they don't know their people are Moors. Come out and talk about these people are black. And in secret, study root them all Moabites. You know, the rest of the world know these people are hypocrites. So the point of it is that the Koreans wasn't taking that hit. But after that, the campaign kind of stopped, kind of dwindled out, because they caught them. They expect them to talk some kind of color game. No, they did research. And brought up the records. Y'all giving over $9 billion to these churches and houses of God every year. What do you have to show for it? You doing what you want to do. Tell us what to do with our money. Now, if you want to do international trade, do like other nations do. Trade with the rest of the world. But you don't want to be a nation. That ain't what they said, but that was the implication. Y'all want to be black? That ain't. We can't make you not be. You know, we can't make you be what you don't want to be. All you build is churches and bars. They cross street from each other all the time.
Exactly.
No, it's in, throughout our communities. Oh yes. And that's true. Oh, hold this one. Let me get this. Let me transfer this stuff. But go ahead. What's the question?
Grand Sheik, don't you know with this Estoppel letter, did you send that off to the CDO of the bank, and which courts did you send it to? The municipal
appeal it, or you send it to the magistrates, the
custodians,
sheriffs,
custodians of alien property,
and any of the other callable operators.
Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yes. Go ahead, name them.
Custodians of alien property, which is, and the Secretary of State. Because, you know, like in the Attorney General, those are the Attorney Generals. They have, the Attorney Generals are the custodian of alien property, which is ours, and you send that off to them. You send it off to the Secretaries of State, Washington, and the particular area you're located in. And I just thought about this, the Securities and Exchange Commission, because they're securitizing things here.
Yes.
They have no authority to securitize, all right? And they're monetizing stuff. So they are invading, you know, into that territory, and they can be...
Your estate.
Yes, your estate. And then comptroller of currency, comptroller of currency. Yeah, comptroller of currency. And let's see, and I suggest you start getting this stuff off soon, because they're going to be September 23rd. You know that they won't have a budget at all. I'm just saying the energy that we expend on these things it raises the vibration anyway. So just start working on it and, you know, sending that, you know, that will to change and reestablish or to claim that vast estate that is ours, all right? So, you know, just work on it. Just, you know, that mind power, because, you know, the 7 principles of what am I trying to say?
Jurisdiction.
Yeah, 7 principles of jurisdiction, and that mind is the first principle with regard to, you know, what am I trying to say here? I can't get it out. Yeah, but, you know, correspondence, rhythm, generation, those principles, you know. So, yeah, and, you know, an accuser must be a living, breathing person, you know.
Living, breathing. Keep this in mind. One of the major things that everybody wants to be clear on. Stop trying to talk to the corporate entities.
Right.
Always talk to a living man or woman and tell them to prove their claim against your estate. Like if you're in one of those tribunals, you always ask, who's the living man or woman in this room that has claim against my estate or alleges claim against my estate?
And then I use coordinates rather than addresses. I use coordinates, and you can put it in.
Yes, always do coordinates.
You can put it in the address, put it in, and it'll give you the coordinates. You know, so like where I domicile, it's like 40 and 70, 40 degrees north, 75 degrees west. So you know, you look because that establishes the estate as opposed to those corporate constructs that they have created. You know. Fraudulently to those corporate constructs. Like
because
this
the corporate construct is theirs.
State of Pennsylvania.
You agree that it is. Distinguish.
Yeah, saying the state of Pennsylvania as opposed to our vast estate, the Moorish dominions. This is ours. This vast estate belongs, but we're custodians, that's number one, and stewards. We don't own anything. We're custodians and stewards of this, and heirs and beneficiaries of this. But you must do it in honor, because if you don't do it in honor, it gets taken away. Islam?
Islam.
Let me see, another question.
Thanks. Actually, I got 2 questions. The first one is, I was here a couple of weeks ago, how to file, you mentioned on the 18th, how to file a Trover conversion suit against the city. Remember I was talking about they trying to tax some vacant property fees on my father's property and saying you owe $27,000.
Well, it's got to be in the state and you got a claim attack on your estate.
Okay, now that's under the Trover conversion you were talking about, right?
Well, that would be your suit. That would be the name of the suit.
Trover conversion, right. And who would I file that with? The Superior Court or what?
Same people. Then you do a reversion of estate, claim of estate, and you do a Trover suit against whoever's making a claim, a living man or woman.
Okay, well, in other words, it would be the mayor of the city and the city of...
What's his name? What's her name?
Michael...
That's an office.
Wilinski.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
Okay, okay. Now, that's number one. Okay. Second question would be on I did a non-per-ton on the bus accident I had in D.C. Remember where they hadn't gave me discovery, but they asked for my discovery, and I did a non-per-ton, meaning I want mine before theirs so I can file proper briefs and all. They accepted my non-per-ton. They file stamped it for the August 11th, but they put a little X across it and sent it back to me and said, well, we need your signature again right here. I signed like down the bottom. In other words, they needed my signature where I had typed that, my name and typewritten. So I signed it again. I sent it back to them. They sent that back. They sent that on the August the 2nd. I sent it back to them certified a week later, to cut through the chase, August 11th. They sent it back to me after asking me to send it back to me to sign. When I signed it and sent it back to them, they sent it back again. The clerk of court said, I cannot accept this because there was a mandate. But a mandate by who? They never said by Judge Hodge, or just use that example, Judge Walter or who. They just said it was a mandate. I can't accept this now from you. But after previously accepting it, file stamping it, and then sending it back, oh, you forgot to sign here. You're supposed to sign here. Put a little X where I'm supposed to sign my name. I sign my name, send it back to them. Then I get a letter, oh, we can't accept from the file clerk. I can't accept this now, but you accepted it, stamped it, and told me to sign my name. And then when I signed my name, send it back. Now you're saying I can't accept this. But I got nothing, as it said, the only thing it said is a mandate was issued. But what mandate? I don't have a mandate from Judge so-and-so or nobody. So it's some fraud and trickery, which I know. I already know that. But what would be my recourse, Brother Man, for that?
What occurs when a clerk does not file records? It's called interfering with evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. Tampering with evidence. Tampering with evidence.
For some reason, this trash job ain't accepted.
We got people listening online.
Oh, go ahead.
We're not just having a dead space and
Go ahead.
not using it for personal time. You need
I
to talk
was
to.
getting the mic for you so you can answer them.
He has the mic right there.
What's next?
Whatever you want to say to, because you got a whole, you got folks listening. I don't think Taj can really address personal issues in this venue like that. You know, I understand what you're trying to say, but you're not going to get the answer that I know, but I'm just saying.
He was just addressing what you do about evidence. He was on the chain of thought.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just trying to tell you, and because we got people, we want to be more general, more broad. You can talk to them offline when we close, for your specific personal issues. I would hope that we can do that. Islam. There is a question though here online. Someone wanted to know whether or not you could identify the papal bull that, make sure we read it correctly. The papal bull that labeled everything Moorish to now be Spanish.
This is when you go do research in world war records. Now look up the Spanish Inquisition, Boniface III, and then look up Unum Sanctum, and essentially we're declared dead at sea until proven otherwise. What? And you'll see that the Spanish Inquisition is the Inquisition against the Moors. And then just do all the other research. As a matter of fact, start going into any rare books or any books here on Spain, Al-Andalus, the Red House, where Michelle went, and it'll reveal itself. And this is back to the problem that we have being small-minded, and when you have the people or the heirs of the estate think that human beings are crayons, until you can get them to stop acting like little boys and girls and thinking that human beings are crayons. It's sort of like, if they're in that state of mind, there's nothing that you can tell them, because they're incompetent and they're stateless persons. So go into ordinary dictionary. First you go into ordinary dictionary. You've got a decent dictionary, not a paperback. Go look up black, what these people think they are, and you'll see it's an adjective. Then look right beneath it and you'll see a compound word, black or more, and then they'll take the adjective off it and tells you more, any dark-skinned man, woman, or child. It's in an ordinary dictionary. Then you go do research on the Spanish Inquisition and you'll see that word was Spanish was used to hide Moorish history. Then you go into Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Aragon and Castile, merging their kingdoms after their marriage, and their major focus was to defeat the Moors, and after that, they were able to come into the Western Hemisphere. And they'll give you a piece of history talking about Columbus after they defeated the Moors. Then Pedro the Moor navigated the Nino, and they went to the Atlantis Islands. That's the last of the Atlantis Islands. That'd be Puerto Rico, Dominica, Haiti, etc. That area. And of course, they killed most of the people on the islands, and they gathered Moors from around the other territories and repeopled the islands, and they used the young women as sex slaves, the young girls. And this is why many of your people or Taino tribes of Moors have lighter skin, because the young girls were used as sex slaves. However, they're still Moors. They'll refer to themselves as Moros. And so a lot of people, by not understanding linguistics and not understanding history, have been trained that Moorish Latin is Spanish. This is why a lot of times they say Latino, which is a fiction. You know, that's the language, Moorish Latin. And they hide Moorish history under Spanish. And once you do research, you'll see it yourself. As a matter of fact, you'll call in and share more information with us, as well as your family members.
Wow. And there's one other question, and this is
Oh, whose flash drive is this? Who gave me this flash drive? Because this flash drive is...
Ain't no good?
No, it keeps failing. For some reason, it keeps failing.
Someone is asking what your feeling is about weather modification. And
Say it again?
Weather modification, I'm assuming they're
Oh,
talking
HAARP,
about what's
etc.
going on with HAARP and Hurricane Harvey.
That's not new stuff. That stuff is old. That's been going on since the 40s. That's been going on for 40. If you study world history, you'll already know that Rome put the world back over 500 years. The advantage that the Romans have, or that the Europeans have over the Asiatic nations, the source of their power, they're referred to as Renaissance men. And they're actually ruling you with your own knowledge. And so whatever they tell you in the John D. Rockefeller associations, they're already 100 years ahead. So that's number one. And so even again, as we were saying before, a lot of things that we're teaching people now, we're really just clearing them, preparing them for the smash of information and technology that they're getting ready to be hit with, you know, to catch up.
Here's another question. When working a job in commerce, whereas one is obtained and signed an application under your new national name, doesn't that put them back under the U.S. corporation? That's the question.
Well, yeah, don't you say all rights reserved? Don't you start treating them as trustees? Don't you start treating them as trustees? Talking to them as their trustees?
That's the answer.
When you talk about what's to come, this is my question.
Yeah.
I guess me coming from having been a pastor and dealing with the spiritual side of people's lives, I feel that where all of this knowledge is very, very important, knowledge of self and knowledge of the past, so we don't, repeat those mistakes, knowing what's going on, being aware, is just a part of what needs to be addressed, because there is a spiritual side that when one knows who they are spiritually and is able to reclaim those abilities.
Let's be clear. Why and how is it that the people keep getting messed up? Number one, spirit and spirituality means breath.
Right.
And they're being prepared to activate the cell memory. And you know, and I know, and we know that the masses do not get Eastern mind instructions on spirituality.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say.
So there's an assumption, not unlike people assuming they have money and don't. They keep assuming they have spirituality and therefore certain things are in place, which absolutely are not in place. Absolutely. You know how you just ask the average person when they're claiming to be spiritual, whether they're Muslim or Christian, because these are the major tags that are put on most people and subcategories. Ask them to name the 7 golden candlesticks in the book of Revelation, name the degrees of each one, name the names of the lords, the colors, and the alchemy, energies, metals of each one. And if they can't tell you that, don't talk about Jesus.
Absolutely. But what I was gonna say
You know,
is though.
I'm just saying, and same thing with Muslims who make the Hajj, and go counterclockwise around Kaaba, the cube. The same questions. Name the candles, because they're symbolic. Name each candle, name its position, which planet it represents, the holy name of that planet, the degrees of its path, and its colors, etc., and the color scale. And if they can't, you know, they nothing personal, they got dogma. Understand that the priesthood have not really been teaching the people religion, they've been teaching them dogma and secularism. When it comes to Islam, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said there shall be no secularism in Islam. I think about 78 of them. You know, so there's assumptions that a lot of people have that are just incorrect. Yeshua came amongst his own. Hair like lamb's wool, skin like burnished breast. They put a Roman up on the wall and say that is Jesus. They don't even know there's no J in Hebrew. There's no J in Aramaic. You know, if the one that they call Jesus walked into most of those houses that claim to represent him, his greeting would be Assalamu alaikum. Most of them would throw him out on his head. Them same people that claim to love him. That's his greeting in Aramaic, which is the language he spoke. His greeting was, peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Opposite of what most of them claim. They actually hate him. They're Constantinians, claiming or hiding behind the word, the name Jesus. This is known by all scholars.
I
So
think
a lot of questions people have, though valid, are an assumption that they've arrived at a certain conscious level that does not really exist with them.
I wasn't even going there, but there are higher levels, more esoteric knowledge that we've never gotten.
Religion is Gnostic philosophies. Spirituality is the breathing techniques that go with the philosophies to train you to activate your cell memory, etc., which will include meditations and stuff like that, but it's basically breathing techniques. So when people keep assuming that religion is spirituality, that's always been a false assumption. And all rabbis know it's a false assumption, all imams know it's a false assumption, all high priests know it's a false assumption, all philosophers know it's a false assumption. The only ones that don't know it's a false assumption are believers who've been trained to think they've arrived. They've been played.
My point. Here's my point.
Yeah.
In what's coming,
Yeah.
when you have this higher degree of knowledge of self and the higher knowing what you're made of and how to escape, you know, a lot of things you talk about, things are coming that a lot of people are not going to be able to deal with.
Oh yeah.
It is, I don't know whether we're going to call it, well, it's true religion, but it's knowing these esoteric practices that we've not been privy to. I mean, I study a lot that are going to would help people.
Let me put it another way. The Earth planet is going at this time into the center of this galaxy. Coming to the center of this galaxy. And the vibration is changing. For instance, like in the Bible, the Quran, the Waspi, the Pentateuch, Hexateuch, etc., it will talk about like the New Age or the coming again of Jesus, all of these, or the ascension. All of those are relative to the same thing. The vibrational rate of the planet will heighten. If the people aren't harmonic, they will not be able to stay here.
True.
Now, to put it bluntly and in layman's terms, that would be about it. We know that souls are transferable.
Right.
They're energy packages.
Right.
Now, a lot of things that people have been told in the name of religion has been false. 90% of what people have been told by the priesthood is a lie.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so when people think that they go to mosque, church, and synagogue and that they know what's up, no, they do not, and that's not personal against them. They've been played. You know, and so what information in general is for is to give them somewhat informational foundation to liberate them. If they're not willing to handle it, it's all right. If they don't want it, that's all right. Because in short order, Mother Nature, meaning that if you present to someone the truth and they reject it, there's nothing wrong with that. So let's not think wrong and right. However, they're not going to be on this planet. Because this stuff is going to be cleaned up, whether they like it or not, whether I like it or not, or whether they're ready or not. They need to understand when they were told about the ascension, or the coming again of Jesus, that means coming again of the Son into the place it was millennia ago. And the reality is that under the Aquarian light, the darkness cannot live. And they will choose sides, and they will learn what their mother brought them here for. The best way to know is to go to Ezekiel's wheel, or what you say, go to your north and south node of your circle, which is called the church. That's the circle, right? Or your zodiac constitution. Learn why your mother brought you here, get back in harmony with it, and if you're not, that's still fine, but you're not going to be here. Now, it's just that simple. Now, aside from that, technologies that have been held back from you for generations by the popes of Rome will be exposed to the world at large. The priesthood will be exposed on all fronts, all institutions. All right. All institutions that have been supporting the Unum Sanctum policy will collapse. The instruments that they put before the world, buying and selling with that mark, will be dead paper. Not unlike what you see in The Wizard of Oz when you see that house fall on the wicked witch and her stockings curl up. Same thing. So all the instruments that they've created for their fraud, they can do it all they want to. It's not going to matter. And those who have supported Rome will find themselves ostracized. They feel comfortable now because they know that Rome has demonstrated the power. What Rome has been doing in these last centuries is proving everybody's idol gods as worthless. Proving, it's like when that European said to one of these Asiatics that was, the brother was showing me a private video, I think it was about a year ago when I was in New York, where the Asiatics was talking to the European, calling them racist and stuff like that, and God don't like ugly, you know, this kind of conversation. And the European said, the only proof that you got that you can really back up is, number one, whatever God you like, he don't like black people because you keep losing, and he helps everybody kick your asses, and you keep paying for it. That's the proof that you have. And the European walked away. Always trying to prove that your God is all-powerful. The only proof you got is that he keeps letting you get your ass kicked. And clearly he doesn't like you. And guys are calling racist and whatever. But the deal of it is something to think about, isn't it?
It is. Here's a question that's come across. Someone is asking if you could talk about the Treaty of Verona 1213 and the Jesuits of Rome.
The Treaty of Verona, did you give me a talk to that, or do you have to talk? Oh. All right. Rather than talk, let's go to it so that we can see it and understand that all scholars have this, and of course it's congressional workers, so it's no really big deal. But when people act like scholars or people in these different houses, churches and mosques and synagogues pretend that they don't know this stuff, you know, politicians and council people, you know, people only believe this, children or people who don't read keep buying, because remember, people who go by what they're told or beliefs don't deal with facts. So these are facts. House of Representatives, right? Right? So it's congressional record, right? All right, notice the date. Consider that date and consider the establishment of the IRS and the Federal Reserve. So let's look at Article 3 and let's everybody read the clergy's secret oath that ain't so secret. Convince, Article 3, convince that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in a state of passive obedience. What are they admitting right there? That what the people think they get in the name of religion is to keep them passive. They're being used, which they owe to their princes. Did I say to the Lord? The high contracting parties declare to be their intention to sustain in their respective states those measures which the clergy may adopt with the aim of ameliorating their own interests. You see why they keep telling the believers to buy the $60 million planes and all this other stuff? with no conscience. They're ameliorating their own interests. Intimately connected with the preservation of the authority of the princes and the contracting powers join in offering their thanks to the Pope. Does that say J-E-S-U-S? For what he has already done for them, and solicit his constant cooperation in their views of submitting the nations. So they talk about they delivering these people to Jesus and to God. They're delivering them to the popes of Rome. And everybody knows that, but the dumb believers that keep paying for their own enslavement. And they're going to tell you about that Bible or about the Quran. They're full of doo-doo. And people don't have the guts to tell them to their face the hypocrites that they are. That's why a lot of people who come in our communities don't feel sorry for us taking advantage and taking the economics out, because we're full of doo-doo. Because the same clergy is really working for the popes of Rome, screwing you, and you sitting around blaming Jesus for it. With blessings that you don't damn get. There's always one of these days in his time, but you never get it. Everybody else doing good but you, even in your own damn community. And when you sit around and talk to your children about salvation, all they see is death, jail, and drugs, and broken families. These hypocrites in the name of Jesus, and in the name of Allah, in the name of Muhammad, keep on talking about salvation, and they're full of crap. Then they turn around, the IRS takes all their stuff. And then after these women raise their children struggling, they take them to wars, murdering other people in other countries, and kill them off. But they saved. They're full of doo-doo. Well, there's your clergy's oath. Now let them argue with that.
Facts.
Those are facts.
Facts.
And the whole world knows it. Why do you think nobody trusts or believes in so-called black people? Because they're looked at as scathing hypocrites that are dangerous, not only to themselves, but the rest of the civilized world. They refuse to honor their mothers and fathers. Some are under the black codes, but they themselves keep on funding it. In the name of Jesus, they full of crap. How about that, y'all?
Question.
Yeah, go ahead. Loud enough since you don't have the mic. Make sure.
Well, you got the mic.
When the Moorish nationality was taken in 1774, was that across the board?
No, remember all of these things, not unlike the fall of the Alhambra, were systematic, but they used certain years as what you call access points. Just like the Moorish Empire didn't fall in 1492, but 1492 is used as a historical access point of the transfer of the Moorish powers into the hands of the Dutch, the German Dutch. All right, so the Western Hemisphere, though you have parties coming back and forth from around the world, in this whole period of time, they use 1492 as the axis year. And the axis year of 1492 is because that's the year that the Caliphate palace fell in Al-Andalusia. This is why you see symbolically Michelle went there when Obama went to Egypt. Are we clear? These are signals. These are signals. So you look at these, not unlike, like say you have a flood, like this flood that took place in Texas, this storm. Mm-hmm. You don't look at it as an exact date. You look at it as a pivotal date. Mm-hmm. Are we clear?
Clear.
Does that answer it, or is there any other part that?
For the most part, it
This one you
did.
gave me before.
I guess because some of us still held positions in the Congress.
Oh yes, this is why, like for instance, you'll see people, Asiatics who hold position in Congress. They're really tokens. Mm. And this is why you'll see them. They started what they call the Black Congressional Caucus in the Congress, because they already know that they have no political power and they're tokens. And also you can see in Rex 84. In Executive Order 11490, that in a state of emergency, they don't want to seat these people anyway, which I'll show you in a second. All right? I'll show you in a second. I'll keep this in mind. In the King Alfred, How many of you familiar with King Alfred?
King Alfred.
All right, so if you're familiar with King Alfred, you already know that they say in the state of emergency, the so-called the minority Congress people will be removed from office at once. You know, they're all tokens, and they know they're tokens. Although, you'll see that the 90% of all of them are Masons and Eastern Stars.
Question, Brother Taj. The 13th Amendment and its 20 sections, you said it always try to suppress that.
Yes, they will.
Is that document, are we able to research it or get it on the internet?
Oh, sure.
Because I haven't
a lot of it they
I've been
hide
trying
now.
to-
A lot of it
I've been
they
trying to
hide
find
now,
it.
but I put it in the treaty book. And about 30 years ago, I got passing the documents around, went to Washington and got them out of the congressional records.
Okay.
But these are things that are known by scholars, you know. And because you're at the House of Reawakening Minds, this stuff is open because, you know, we deal with issues and information that are controversial with a lot of people. You know, meaning that we know that they duck it. But we're not here to play your head, we're here to liberate. And so we'll talk about these things and we'll give you reference. Now, those of you who have the treaty book, Constitution and Treaty book, I put that in there. You know, and as soon as this files close it up, I'll go to the King Alfred or go to the treaty book and show you. Boy, you need some daggone files on this, Master Ivy. You need some folders.
Peace, is that the Peace and Treaty Friendship book? Speaking of.
We're going to, you know, we've been working with Dr. Naila for quite some time, and we're going to start doing some things to try to make a lot of the stuff available to you that has not been regularly available to you. You know, we've been putting enough time in. So, as far as the treaty book, other information like this that we might share, because actually, you know, a lot of this stuff are decades of research and work, and that's generally not available to people in general education. Though it's known by scholars, and it's definitely known by nations. That's why you have people in power that always belong to secret societies, and why they do Zipmet. They know this stuff too, but they will never speak this stuff publicly. Never. Under threat of death. And even when they're giving it in allegorical stories and signs and symbols. But in all their regalia, you see them wear that Moorish fez with the tassel pinned down, and then act like they don't know these people Moors. A child can figure that out.
As you said, Philadelphia, you got statues of them.
Yeah, of course. You can go to Gettysburg, Bunker Hill, and you see all the statues there. Got fezzes and turbans. And kufis with tassels. But they'll tell dummies who don't understand, oh, they're just Frenchmen. Oh, all right. And they do a reenactment. They do a reenactment of the battles. You know, that's right. Usually every year, I forget it's Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. You know, and even when you're talking about you know, George Washington. You know, let me go to the lesson book. I'll show you. Of course, you already know. Let's see. As an example, we takes place in Philadelphia every year, and that they assemble at 6 and Moore Street. You see how they do things in people's streets? Because they know these people don't pay attention to details. And they so spoofed up, they follow whatever Reverend Marchers say, not knowing that he's a 501c3 agent. Because he runs around saying Jesus or Allah, and stuff like that, and so the people get starry-eyed, give them their lunch money. And if you try to liberate them with the real history, they look at you like you're a sinner and all that kind of simple stuff. And you're actually throwing them a life raft.
Because, as I've been studying you from YouTube for the last, since February, everything you spoken of, I've done a little my own research and got copies off the internet, not from any Moorish directory, from like the National Archives and other places that I can have a reference that's not exactly from the Moorish nation, but is a part of the
European, tell you the truth, do research.
I know I was started because you kept always saying, don't believe what I say, research it and see it for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I done.
Because people you trust, when they start saying you wake up, will start throwing what you call obstructions and, oh man, that old stuff, and then you do the research and you'll find out how many people look you right in your eye, that when somebody throw a life raft at you, they pull the rope back, trying to act like they love you. This is why, like the Bible says, if your right arm offend you, cut it off. What it means, if you're unable to do that, you'll probably be lost. But some of the people you trust is actually the traitors. That's why, like the Bible says, the two be in the field, one will be taken, the other will be left. If you don't understand what that means, tough cookies. Because really a child should understand that.
Exactly.
Now, see this letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco? This is in the treaty book, right? See that date? Now you see, you got his Masonic regalia. See that date? Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and Obama talked about the Treaty of 1790, Tripoli, excuse me, and Constitution for the United States of North America, right? Now you see the letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco. See the date, December 1st, 1789. Remember that he was appointed to that office April the 30th of that same year. So you can see that he's only in there for a matter of months before this letter takes place, right? Now read the first part of the letter from George Washington to the Sultan. Since the date of the letter which the late Congress by their President addressed your Imperial Majesty, the United States of America, I thought proper to change their government and institute a new one agreeable to the Constitution, of which I have the honor herewith to enclose a copy. So you can see the Constitution already existed, government already existed before he was assigned to the office, and clearly he was not the first president as is presented to the general populace. But the deal of it is that all scholars already know this. Now, this is a letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco, right? And then you talk about Moors, and these people act like they don't know who Moors are.
Same letter I pulled offline.
Oh yeah, of course, it's available.
It's available, same.
It's available.
Yeah.
But like, it's according to people's agenda. What is their agenda? Now, when Obama talked about the Treaty of Tripoli, you see there, Bashar's of Tunis and Tripoli, that's what Obama was talking about.
What is the Tripoli?
And he said that the American Constitution comes from Muslim law. That's what he's talking about.
The war of Tripoli, was that
Of course, as part of your empire. When they talk about the halls of Montezuma, to the shores of Tripoli, they're talking about the Moorish Empire, from this side to that side.
But I don't understand, because they were saying, someone was saying to me that the Marines, when I told them that this is Moroccan territory.
Yeah.
And they were, you know, it was like whatever.
Look, let's be
And-
clear.
and they-
Let's be
they
clear.
said that
Let's be
Tripoli
clear on this,
was
Ron.
Marine won the war.
You're telling someone who's not scholarly,
Right.
who doesn't read, that deals with belief. It's like talking to a puppy with a kitty head. You know, when your scholarship and believers don't go on the same table. And it's not personal, but you can't have an intelligent conversation with somebody that deals with beliefs and not facts. You wouldn't expect them to deal with facts. You know, it's like putting somebody who can't count, but he's a great believer, on the cash register of your business. Well, probably in a year you'll probably be out of business. While you're sitting around making excuses for it.
I like the way you put it, like our ancient ancestor, Harriet Tubman said, the hardest thing to do is to free a slave that don't even know.
That's what Harriet was talking about. That's what Harriet was talking about.
You don't even know, you have a clue. That's
Now, here, before the conclusion of the letter, right? See, the encouragement with which your majesty has been pleased generously to give to our commerce with your dominions, the punctuality with which you have caused the treaty with us to be observed, and the just and generous measures taken in the case of Captain Proctor make a deep impression on the United States and confirm their respect for and attachment to your imperial majesty. What do you think these dominions are? These are Moroccan dominions.
And they are attached to our dominion.
It's an appendage of the Moorish Empire. You know, so when you're talking to someone who doesn't do research or don't know history, and they're going to tell you what their beliefs are, you sit there and debate with them after a while, you got two donkeys. You know, why do you think other people come from other nations don't sit and talk this kind of stuff with our people? Because we start talking about what they believe. The world doesn't operate on beliefs. It operates on knowledge. Beliefs are for children, imbeciles, and people who are unwilling to handle reality. They're called minorities, which means they got the mentality of minors. They're also called boys and girls. And so civilized people take advantage of such people that wear Depends and they call them Gucci. And they want to get mad and march all over the damn place. Well, the world ain't got time to keep playing with these people. They're taking advantage of people who won't deal with facts. But these are the facts. And what would a believer will sit and debate with you. You don't sit there and debate with a believer. You don't put them down, you share knowledge. But if they're not willing to deal with facts, you don't sit there and try to explain them. You don't owe them an explanation. You know, just because they want to believe, according to our belief, 2 and 2 is 3.5, because spiritually, look, stop the conversation. You don't owe them that. Truth does not need an apology. Stop making it. You understand? And too often we keep trying, you know, because these people keep claiming to know Jesus better than everybody else. They got personal relationships with Jesus. They keep going better than everybody else. They keep making prayer. They keep giving Jones all their finance, and they think that brought them into some kind of spirituality that don't exist with them. Well, the world don't owe them a damn thing. They're deluding themselves. While they're deluding themselves, the world moves on. And it's been moving on, and we've been catching hell while arguing about salvation. Broken families, jail, drugs, and the IRS takes the rest of what's left. And we sit around and talk about, you know, our hypocritical selves, telling the youth how saved they are, and all they see is misery. You know, we're hypocrites, and we need to start being honest. We are hypocrites. Don't throw those shoes at me, especially in the streets. But anyway, you need to understand that the world already knows this, right? And then look at the preamble. Here's your preamble, and here's the deists. The preamble. To all persons to whom these presents shall come, or be made known, whereas the United States of America in Congress assembled by their commission bearing date the 12th day of May 1700 1784 thought proper to constitute John Adams. No, you heard, familiar with that name?
Yep, John Adams.
Benjamin Franklin, familiar with that name? And Thomas Jefferson, familiar with that name? Their ministers plenipotentiary giving to them, or majority of them, full powers to confer, treat, and negotiate with the ambassador, minister, or commissioner of His Majesty, the Emperor of Morocco.
Wow.
Now, these people don't know who the Moors are. And whenever they see Moors, they keep calling them black, and you letting them get away with it. Stealing your birthright right in front of your face. And then having marching nigger leaders run around talking about these people are black, knowing that they ain't. And then talk about what rights they have. They ain't got no damn rights.
None.
You must be in your proper person. You see the point? So when people start pretending they don't know that this is Morocco. Now also let's go into the charge d'affaires, as a matter of fact. Let's see. Let me back up some. But now those of you who understand the 14th Amendment and the man of straw type thing. So this is Article 13 with its 20 sections, good brother.
20 sections.
Right here. See the 20 sections? And notice number 12. Traffic in slave with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on pain of death and the forfeiture of all the rights and property of persons engaged therein, and the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. So can the descendants of Africans or the Moors who are the heirs of the estate be U.S. corporate citizens?
No.
Unless they're stock? No, they can't be. That's what the 14th Amendment is. They made you stock in the name of Negro citizens, and our people didn't contest it. That's the 14th Amendment person.
Okay, yeah, but it's saying.
So now let's look at naturalization. Now, this is a citizenship of the United States, expatriation, etc. Now read the title there. This is taken directly, as a matter of fact, the typing isn't even changed. This is taken directly from the Congressional Record books. Citizenship of the United States, expatriation, etc. Page 459. What do you see right there, Chapter 4, Temporary Provisions? What's the next thing you see?
Morocco.
Say it again?
Morocco.
So these people act like they don't know this land is Morocco? Now let's talk about citizenship of the United States, expatriation. Now let's look at, this is a letter to the Secretary of State. And I want you to pay attention to this. Mr. Phillip charged the affairs to Mr. Root, Secretary of State, August the 3rd, 1906. American Legation, Tangier, August the 3rd, 1906. Sir, there are strictly speaking no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of the subject of citizenship. Turn the page. Now keep in mind the 14th Amendment as you're reading this. Page 460, Citizenship of the United States, expatriation, etc. There are, however, numerous treaties and conventions between the various Christian countries and the Moorish Empire by means of which citizenship in this country is defined. But as I understand from the above acknowledged instructions that it is not the desire of the department to call for report upon such lines, I will therefore confine these remarks to general conditions existing which may possibly be of some use in connection with the information desired. Number one, citizenship in Morocco may be said, let me pull this down because I want you to be able to read this in context. May be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries. We talk about universal principles of citizenship. With the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects. Write that down, ipso jure. So that means as the law stands. Y'all have to excuse me because I'm sniffling because I was sanding floors and I got sawdust in my nose. Say that again?
You get your water, son? You get your water?
Oh, no, that's not that. I'm just sniffling because I had sawdust. I was sanding the floors. Now, ipso jure means as the law stands. Now look at this, 2 and 3. Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized, not nationalized, naturalized in or protected by another country having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire. So you now you see where the 14th Amendment comes in?
That's how it came.
That's the 14th Amendment. When we agreed to be Negroes, we lost our birthright. This is what anybody that understands the sovereign right of people are arguing against the 14th Amendment. They say, I'm not a 14th Amendment person. That's a non-beget, it's a straw, it is the dead. And when they're writing letters to you or bills to you, they will put it in a 14th Amendment straw. That's what the transmitting utility is, that they put on the statements of account that they're calling people bills. Or when they foreclose, they're foreclosing against the estate. Because they're what? They are administering over the Moorish Empire. You've been under occupation. And all so-called leaders know this. This is the same kind of information that French Muslim school Malcolm, when Malcolm went over there with that black and white stuff, and that Muslim told him, to you, Maghrib is evening prayer for Wednesday. Maghrib is Morocco, the most extreme west. Brother, you left home, come in with that black and white stuff. Rude awakening. But how many brothers and sisters know that will admit that that's one of the reasons why they murdered Malcolm? Why? Because the leaders know this stuff too. And that's the real truth. Always have been the truth. So a lot of times when the European, be saying to us, why don't you all stop messing with us, why don't you go back to your black leaders that keep selling you back into slavery? Some of what they're saying is kind of true.
I hear that's the reason why they killed Kennedy too.
Well, Kennedy, because he was going back to Article 1, Section 10, same thing that Lincoln did. He was exposing the corporate United States and the Kabbalistic operations of subverting the Republic, including the hiding of the space programs, off-world operations, that they put the world back over 500 years in the Unum sanctum policy, all of which he would never get out. But basically, he was countering the same thing that Lincoln was countering. And so Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy, and Kennedy's secretary was named Lincoln. Yes.
So he was dealing with the World Bank too also?
Well, that's what the World Bank is part of the Vatican operations. They're all one. But the major thing that you need to know that we're talking about here is one, when these people, whether they're so-called black marching leader guys or scholars or anyone or politicians try to act like they don't know North America is Morocco, there you go. Charge the affairs. You understand? So now, does that have anything to do with what you believe or what you don't believe or what religion you claim? It has absolutely nothing to do with anything. That's your pedigree, that's your blood right, that is your birthright. Cannot be sold, cannot be bought. Islam says.
So when they manipulated the dates, is it 580 years?
Yes, 580 years. So this is where, here you go. Let's go back.
back this up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at the treaty, the signing of the treaty, what you did around 1200? Was that the right around 1200?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Yeah, about 1200. Yeah, about 1200.
So now that's a Gregorian calendar year, and so you would simply take the 12 and then do the subtraction. And as you already know, as the Manchurians are resetting the gold standard in favor of the Asiatic nations, you already know they're also part of the reset is that they're going to correct the calendars again.
Yeah.
You know that?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're going to correct the calendars again. So we're talking the real politics of the world.
So is there a date that we don't have to subtract the 580 to?
Well, no, you don't. No, see, this is the deal. The Gregorian calendar is really not Gregory. It's really the Egyptian calendar adjusted for the what you call leap year. So that's very it's sort of that's a kind of a misnomer. But what they do, they introduce it so that the Asiatics can't trace history. You know, so when they look at what you call the Guerre, or you look at the Muslim calendar, and then you look at what they call the Christian calendar, it seems to be conflict. When actually they did that so that people would not be able to do the cross-check. But all scholars already know that. So once you understand that 580, you already know how to correlate them.
Yeah.
And this is also why also in the lesson book, I put the 3 calendars in there. The Moorish calendar, the Ibri calendar, as well as the Gregorian calendar, so you can make correlative comparisons when necessary. But the major thing with all of this, or any of this information, is to tie the people back to the land, because our people are disconnected from the land. They're on the idea that they were brought here by Europeans. They don't know they're the people of the land. You know, while everybody around them knows it. That's why they can't be deported. You know, but they don't know that. Let's see what. Oh, for those of you who might have been here, like you say, for the first time, these are the names of the candles when you see them do so-called African celebrations, and they have the candlesticks, yellow, green, and red, and then you go to the church or the mosque, and they'll have the 7 golden candlesticks, or you see the circumambulation ritual when Muslims make the Hajj. These are the holy days, and all the priesthood know this, whether they're Muslim, Christian, Jew, or Mason, any PhD. Now, keep this in mind, Eloah is the name of any single day. Are we clear? Or what you call a single Lord. Elohim, that you see in the Korean Bible or any holy book, is plural. Elohim means mother, father. But the people who don't know the truth of religious philosophy are told that Elohim is God's name, masculine, singular. That's a lie. Priests know they're lying to the people. Elohim means mother, father. Are we clear? All right. So they start off by miseducating the people, then seizing advantage of their naivety. All right. Sunday is the first day of the week. is ruled by the sun. The holy name of Sunday, which is also Domingo, is Michael. Are we clear? And when you see Michael struggling with the devil type thing, you're talking about money. Angel. Monday is the second day of the week, is ruled by the moon. The holy name of Monday, Lunes, is Gabriel. Tuesday is the third day of the week, is ruled by Mars. The holy name of Tuesday, Martes, is Zamael. Wednesday is the fourth day of the week, is ruled by Mercury. The holy name of Wednesday, Mercuris, or Raphael, is Raphael. Thursday is the fifth day of the week, is ruled by Jupiter. The holy name of Thursday, Jueves, is Sakael. Friday is the sixth day of the week, is ruled by Venus. Of course, that's your star in your flag. The holy name of Friday, Veranus, is Anael. In some cultures, they call her Hana, with an H, Hanael. 7. Saturday is the seventh day of the week, is ruled by Saturn. The holy name of Saturday, Sabato, is Kasael. A day is the period of sunlight between dawn and nightfall, and is at that time or interval existing from sunrise to sunset. The word holy is derived from the ancient Sanskrit word halig, which means whole, and sun. A week is the period or measurement of 7 successive days. The word day is derived from the word degree and relates to the 24 hours period during which the earth completes one full rotation upon its axis. This is called a solar day. The 7 days philosophically have holy names and are ruled or governed by 7 major stars or 7 planets in our solar system. These attributes or holy names have been passed down to us from our ancient foremothers and forefathers. In harmony with the divine order of nature, each singular day is called an Eloah. The 7 days or 7 stars together as one are called Elohim, expressive of the mother-father principle, and applies to the 7 singular Eloah in their plural form and in their cyclical oneness. The ancient cosmos sciences involving the 7 days have been traditionally taught to neophytes and scholars alike, and are represented in the circumambulate heaven symbolisms, being a part of the ancient and modern mystical schools of higher learning. The same philosophies are infused within many religious rituals and ceremonies, and poignantly characterized by way of the symbolic displays of 7 golden candlesticks. This same symbolism is traditionally expressed by the circumambulation rituals, which are demonstrable of the various religious Asiatic, African, archaic cultures. Eloah is derived from the ancient Moabite Hebrew word El, which has been presented to the natural peoples of the earth as God. The Hebrew, which is the proper, names El and Eloah means God, being synonymous. El and Eloah are singular relative by fact and by definition. Now, all priests, anybody who studies religion, knows that that's what them 7 candlesticks represent. You already know, and we don't have to argue, that the average person in the last church and synagogues are not taught this. Some of them in some synagogues, but in the general houses, they're not taught this. They're all spooked up, got attitudes of self-righteousness, and don't even know what them rituals that they're doing even represent. It's not negative, they're just not educated. Are we clear?
Clear.
And so this is part of the cosmos science. And just like when you see it in Korean Bible, Septuaginta, any of the holy books, in one way or another, it says, I'll leave these signs for you, the sun, the moon, the stars. And you'll see, no matter what so-called religion, so-called, I say that, they will always measure their holy days or the days of the sun, what you call whole holidays, by the movement of the moon. Because it's the most operative transit that takes place every couple hours. And so it has the most influence. And so when you deal with the Passover, Eastern, you understand, all your holy days, they were looking at the movement of the moon. Even when they do Ramadan, movement of the moon. You know, and then these same people turn around and talk about it ain't got nothing to do with cosmology. They're lying their butts off. You see, so once you tell the people the truth about the forces of nature and that this stuff is written in the heavens, it has nothing to do with what you believe, you understand, this is what it means that the sun shines on the good as well as the evil. So don't get it twisted. You don't own no God principle. It's neutral. Once you understand that, get rid of your arrogance, love one another because it's right to do, not because you're trying to prove something when you're trying to get tacky. You know, do right because it's right to do. But the deal of it is, in general, what we're saying is, if you teach the people the things that the priesthood already know and ain't telling them, it will liberate them from the priesthood. Then the priesthood can't rape them no more. Then they got to do one thing, and that is this. They got to tell them the truth or leave them alone. And this is, again, like we said earlier, we're saying now, we share this information to liberate you. You know, and also we try to show you certain things so that you recognize, not because we say so, that people in scholarship and in politics already know this. They just ain't telling you. And they feed you a whole bunch of emotional BS to control you and then to rape you. You know, and when you study Yahushua, because at the Nicene Council they changed his name to Jesus, which is really for Zeus, for the Roman god Zeus, to really hide the history. And this is why you see him arguing with the priesthood who was altering the law, and the priesthood who was stealing the widow's pennies. And now they're getting all the widow's pennies, talking about they're giving it to God, and people believe it. And these people are criminals, absolutely criminals, and they're hiding behind Jesus, a la Moses and Muhammad. And so to free the common people, you got to give them the knowledge that the priesthood have. You don't give them no belief, you give them the facts. What they do with it, then now they're responsible.